Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I just wanted to say thank you all so much for the support and watching my videos. And here we have the complete guide on how to make your own video game in Godot. Enjoy. Hello. Welcome to my first YouTube video. Finally, a little bit of backstory. I've had this YouTube channel now for the past 3 years, and it's just been there lying dormant. It's not really doing anything. And recently, I've taken an interest in game development, particularly 2D game development. I've played a lot of 2D games, and I've always wondered how those kinds of things or those kind of projects are created from beginning to finished product. So for the past 6 months, I've been learning or trying to learn Godot, from a lot of YouTube channels like Hot Beast and the rest. So one problem I've always had was trying to start a project and finishing it. I've always been having that problem ever since I started to learn Godot. So a friend told me that maybe I should try documenting my progress when creating a video game. It doesn't have to be something complicated, just something simple. Maybe that would give me a sense of importance that to complete the project in time. I said, okay, fine, I'll try that and see where I head off with that. So for this, I'm using PowerPoint. As you can see at the top here, I'm using PowerPoint to record my screen. Maybe in the future when I find or when I learn something more clean and more useful, I'll switch to that. So today I'm not going to do anything too complicated or too strenuous. I'm just going to go online, download the assets and the pictures and the audio that I would need for the game, and also create the projects in my engine. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm also using Godot, which you can see a Godot engine. It's a very light engine. It's probably one of the easiest engines or languages that I've ever learned in my life. So I probably want to use that. So today, let me just start by creating the project. As you can see, it's empty. Let's just go to new. I don't want to stress too much about the name. Let's just call it the side scroller. Okay. Seems like my R is not working today. And let's just put it inside the desktop. Let's just put it inside Godot and inside projects. Okay, let's create the folder. And I don't really know what all these things, what they do for mobile compatibility, but probably in the future I'll learn what they do and I'll be more informed on what to select. Then edit. Okay, here we are. This is our first project, and let's minimize it. So now I believe the next thing would be to get all the assets, or you know what, let's actually go in and create all the folders that we probably are going to need while we make our project. So I would like to open the file manager. So this is my actual project side scroller, so we're inside it. So definitely I would need scripts. Let's just say scripts, where I would place all my code for any part of the game that I need code for. I would definitely need my scenes. I would also need let's just call it art. Yeah, let's just say art. Yeah, art would be like all the background pictures, the maybe character sprites and everything else. And let's call, which other folder do we need? Let's say the player. Yeah, player. And I think this is all. We don't really need anything more than these four for now. Let's minimize it so changes should come here. Yep. So art, player, scenes, and scripts. At least for now, these are the folders that we need. So let's go to the fun part, which is looking for the assets to use. And I've always heard that the best place to do that, to get free 2D assets, it's itch.io. I don't know if you guys know any other better place. Please tell me about that. I would really love to know. But for now, I only know itch.io. So from here, you know, we want free game assets. I don't really advise anyone that is starting out to spend money on any assets. For now, just try to get free ones, get a feel for the engine and game development, then maybe later in the future you could try to start paying money for assets. So game assets, we definitely want free ones. And let's see, 2D side scroller assets. Let's see. Okay, this ones are top down assets. Let's see. And Oakwoods. Okay, this one looks fun. Oakwoods assets. Okay, so it has a player, it has a background, has a shop. I think this is okay since I'm not making anything too complicated. Okay, yeah, sure. Let's download it. Nope, just take me to the download and download them. Good. Now that it's done, let's see what we have here. Let's extract it. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So we have the background. I don't want to open every single one of them. Let's make it extra large. Okay, this is a good background. What do we have in the character? Let's make it extra large. So let's see. Okay, this all looks good. Jump, fall, die, and all that. Okay, yeah, sure. This looks good. And the decorations also. Let's see. So we have the homes, we have the signpost, lamp, fence. Not bad. This is good. But one thing I'm not seeing, I don't see any enemies or something that we could fight. Alright, so for now we'll just bring this to the desktop. Let's put it here. Next would be to find enemies, people, stuff to fight. It wouldn't really be a game if you didn't have any challenges to overcome. So let's see, what can we find here? 2D enemies. Let's see. Okay, nothing too fun here. Come on, anyone. Something that we could fight. Okay, I'm not really finding anything right now. Okay, so probably for now we would just use. Okay, let's see, what's this? Legacy Fantasy. Okay, this one looks like. Okay, no, okay, it's not paid. Oh yeah, so it has enemies. Yeah, you can see them. Snail, a bee, and this is a pig or a warthog. Anyhow, so let's download it. Okay, start that. Let's open the folder. Let's also extract it. We just need the enemies. That's all. Legacy Fountain. Probably mob. Yep. So we have board. Okay, for now let's just take one enemy so we can test our game first before we start to put so many enemies in there. Let's just take this boar and we put it in here. And good, so now we have an enemy, we have background, we have a character, and we also have decorations, and we also have a tile sets. So basically a tile set is like, a collection of all the assets that you would need in the game. You can just pick off tiles from the assets to use in your game. Okay, so now let's just go to our folder here and put everything where they are supposed to be. Okay, so we have, let's minimize this. We also have our oak woods. Let's just put everything side by side. Okay, so the boar, so I'll definitely need an enemy. I'll just call it enemy. Good. Then we'll just put the enemy here. Good. Decorations would definitely be something for like the environment, so let's put it inside art. Good. And character would definitely be inside the player. Background will also be inside art, and Oakwood style set will also be inside art. Yep, so I believe that is it for that. Okay, so we have the character blue, we have the enemy board. So these are the different states of the enemy. You can either be idle or run or walk. Don't worry, we'll see all about that next time. So this is the art for the background and decorations and all that, and we will save it. Yep. Okay, so I guess this is where I'm going to stop for today. I don't want to do anything more than what I've done today. Just get the enemies and the background art and also creating the project. So thank you for watching this video today, if at all anyone watched it, and I'll see you guys on the next video. Thank you. Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the second video in my sort of vlog series about creating and developing my own video game. But before we get started, thank you so much for the previous video. I had over 70 views. I wasn't really expecting that, given that the entire purpose of the series was just to document my progress during my game development journey. So thank you so much for that, and I truly appreciate it, and I look forward to seeing more of you going forward. Thank you. So today we're just going to work on creating the scenes and also some scripts for the characters, for the enemies, and also for the main scene. So first off, let's open up Godot and load up side script. Okay, so from our previous video, we made various folders where we could keep everything organized. So I kind of reorganized it. As you can see in the assets, we have the enemy assets, items, players, UI assets, and world assets. In the enemy assets, we have the small b. I decided to go with the small b because I believe it's easier for me. It just has a fly, a hit, and an attack state. And then there's also the player, which we have the player assets in different positions: attack, running, jumping, falling, and then death. And in the UI assets, we have the UI, everything that we probably are going to use in the game. Different colors could represent different states of health for the enemy or for the player. And last but not the least, the world assets. So we have the background layer, we have the fence, we have the lamps and the grass and the rocks and everything we're going to use for the game. Okay, so let's go back to, and then we also have the scenes and the scripts. So all the scenes of the games are going to go here, and all the scripts of the games are going to go here. Alright, so let's see. I'm planning to make this game have just one level, so everything is going to go on in that one level. Remember, we don't want to make it too complicated so we won't be discouraged to finish the game or to follow along. Alright, so for the main scene, we'll just make a 2D scene, and let's call it main scene. We will save it. Let's save it inside scenes, and we'll just name it, give it the same name, main scene. Save it, and we're done. And next we'll also create another scene, but for the player. but this time we'll go to other node and we'll look for character body 2D. Yeah. I think it used to be called kinematic body 2D, but now it's character body 2D. Basically, it's used for scenes or characters that need movements, to jump, run, fall, and other animations. So we create that, and let's just call it player. Save it, and it's also a scene, so let's just save it in scenes, and we'll call it player. Save, and we're done. Don't worry about this for now. We would handle that later. And the last but not the least, I believe we also need the enemy scenes, and also the enemy will need to move and do other stuff. So let's give it a character body 2D, and we'll name it an enemy. I forgot to spell that. Okay, and we'll save that and put it in here. It's also a scene and enemy. Save. Okay, and I believe we are done with creating the scenes. Next up, we also want to create scripts. Scripts are like a blank page for coding, where you can code whatever you want your player or your enemy or your main scene to do, the way you want them to behave. You can customize it in the scripts. So let's go to the player and we'll just press here. For now, I only need a script for the player and the enemy. So we go to the player and we just press here, attach a new script, and we just call the script player.gd, but we don't want it saved in scenes, we want it saved in scripts, which are here. And there we go, player.gd, and we'll save it there and create. So this is the player script. As you can see, Godot comes with its own default scripts, which we are going to use some of it, but we're going to make some of it better fits our game. So we're done with this. We'll also create a script for the enemy and call it same thing too. We're going to change it from the scenes to the scripts. We want it to save in the scripts. Call it enemy.gd and we'll open it and create. Done. So now we've created two scripts. We've created two scenes and the main scene. All right. So next, now we are going to handle the animations and also solve these yellow triangles that you see. They're nothing bad, it just says that something is missing from these character bodies, which we have to add to them, which is usually collision. So most, if not all, moving bodies in Godot, you need a collision. Collision kind of tells you that you're able to hit something and there'll be a reaction to that. So we can surround an enemy or surround the player with a collision. So everything will not this is just so that everything won't be passing through each other. Let's go to the player, we click this plus, and we'll just add a collision shape. That's all. So now this collision shape is also asking, what kind of shape do you want? Do you want a square shape or rectangle, oval shape? But before we do this, we also have to give the player what is called the player sprite. This is where we're going to put the player and the animation and the PNG that we had before. So let's just go here, sprite 2D, create it. Let's put it on top. Then this sprite 2D will come over here and we just say click here, load, and then we'll load the assets for the player. So player assets and this. Done. So as you can see, it loads everything up, all states of movement, but we only want to use one state at a time. We don't want to see everything playing out at once. So we have to offset it. We have to give it the exact horizontal and vertical frames. So I believe horizontal is like this and vertical is like this. Well, let's see. So the H frames we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we want 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good. And for the vertical frames, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good. So now you can see exactly one frame at a time. So if we move frame by frame, and good. This is the last frame. So we just want to see one frame at a time. And let's go to the first frame. And this is okay for us now. So we save it. Now we come to the collision shape and we select the shape that we want. For now, I think it's better to go with a rectangle. So we make sure that this rectangle covers up the entire character. We can even move it up. We can move him up here and move the rectangle up here. Make sure that it covers the character entirely. Oh, let's put him down a bit. So his legs are directly on the line. Then we'll also move this one down. Stretch it up. Stretch it here. And let it just be here. And this is good. So we save that. As you can see, the yellow triangle is gone. And we can also do the same thing for the enemy. We come here, we first of all take sprite 2D. And in that sprite 2D, we also give it a collision shape. Done. So now, sprite 2D, can you see? Let's delete this. The collision shape is supposed to be for the enemy, not for the sprite 2D. So click on the enemy and do a collision shape. Good. So sprite 2D, same thing, but this time we're going to choose the enemy sprite, not the player sprite. So load assets, enemy assets, small b. We could just use, for now, let's use the attack pose. So let's just choose this and open it. Okay, so this is the B in its attack state. So 1, 2, 3, 4 horizontal. So let's go to animation. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. So let's try it out and see. Good. And then let's just move it up a bit so we can work with it properly. Move it up here and also give it a collision shape. Let's make it square also, or rectangle. Let's go. And this is good. This is good. And save. And that's it. So we have created the player scenes, the enemy scenes, and the main scenes. And we've also given them collision shape so that they can be able to hit walls. They can hit walls and enemies can hit them, and they can also hit enemies and all that other good stuff. And also the enemy too, we've also given the enemy a collision shape. And I believe that is all for today. Thank you so much for watching this video, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. Cheers. Hello everyone, welcome back to the third video in the series. Thank you so much for all the previous videos and all the views and subscribers that I've gotten, and I'm happy to help. Hello everyone, welcome back to the third video in the series. I just wanted to say a quick thank you for all the videos and all the subscribers, and for those that have been able to help through this series, and I hope that I'm able to continue helping you. So let's get started. First off, I want to correct a mistake, or should I say an error that I made in the previous video with regards to the enemy animation, or the enemy sprite that we created. So let's go into our Godot and let's open our scroller. Okay, so let's go to 2D So this enemy, when we go into our file, our assets, enemy assets, small b, we can see that from the resources that we downloaded from itch.io, the animations are separate. We have the attack animation, the fly animation, and the hit animation. It's different from the player animation where everything is in one PNG file or is in one picture. This is separated, so we have to treat this animation differently. So first off, we have to delete. We'll go to the enemy, we'll delete the sprites, and we'll also delete the collision shape. So we are going to use something called the animated sprite. So let's just say plus and animated sprite 2D here. I will create it. Good. Now from the animated sprite 2D, we're going to come here to animations, sprite frames, new sprite frames, and then click on it. Good. So now we can, the reason why we use animated sprite 2D is so that we can make use of the separate animations since they are not joined together like the player own is. So we have an attack, or let's just call it enemy attack animation. We have another one called enemy fly animation, and we have another one called the enemy hits animation. So we go to the enemy attack, and then we click here, this box, then we go to where the enemy assets are, assets, enemy assets, small b. This is the enemy attack, so we go into the attack and we take the attack picture. Good. So it usually, it's, I don't know why they're not able to automatically know how many horizontal and vertical lines there are, but you have to do that by yourself. So we have 1 2 3 4 horizontal. Good. And we have one line in vertical, so vertical should be 1. Good. So 1 2 3 4, then add the 4 frames. So now the frames have been added. So when you can even play the animation right here. Let's see, I believe this is play. Yeah, this is how it is. This is the attack animation, and we have just pause it. We don't want it to keep repeating, looping the animation, so we can just switch this off. Next, we go to the fly animation. We do the same thing. Let's switch it off first. Then we go here, enemy fly. We go back, fly, click on this, and we do the same thing, make it 1, and then we click on 1 2 3 4. Add the 4 frames. We can play it to see if it works. Play. Oh, let's see. Play. Okay, so something like this kind of animation, we would want it to loop since the enemy is flying. So let's just leave it at loop. And the last but not the least, enemy hit. Let's turn it off. Go here, go back, hits animation, and we do the same thing. 1 2 3 4. Good. So this is the hit animation. Let's see how it looks like. And this is good. So the animation for the enemy is done. We just have to now add the collision shape that we have before. So let's just come here to the enemy, collision shape 2D. Let's just use a square or rectangle for now. Put the rectangle here, zoom in, and we do like this, and like this. Yeah, this is good. And we save it. Good. So fly and attack, enemy fly, enemy hits, fly, attack, fly, attack. Okay, this is good. And now that's just what I wanted to correct from the previous video. I believe it will be easier to work with the enemy asset like this if we use an animated sprite instead of a normal sprite. Okay, so we are done with that. Next, we are going to now animate the main character and also you adds a bit of code to be able to move the character so we can see if it works properly. So first off, we are going to add inputs for our left key, our right key, our jump key, which would be spacebar, and probably our attack key, which would be F. So we go to projects, project settings, input map. You can just come here, add new action. We want to add a left action, press enter. We also want to add a right action. We also want to add a jump action, and we want to add an attack action. That's all. We go down, and here they are. So now we have to add key bindings to them, which is press key bindings, meaning we have to add the keys that will represent all these left, right, jump, and attack. So we press plus, and this is left, right, so we just tap the left key and we say okay. Right, press plus, tap the right key, press okay. Jump, press plus, tap the space bar, okay. And the attack, we'll just make it F key, and okay, good. So we are done with that. Then next would be to make the animation for the player. So we go to the player. Right now he doesn't have any animation, he's just stiff as a board. So now we have our sprite 2D and we have our collision shape. So we're going to use something called an animation player. So basically the animation player, you can use it when your sprite sheets are all inside one, should I say they're all in one picture, just like how this player's sprite sheet is. Let's see if we can just see it one more time. Player, and here it is. So everything is just in one picture, it's not separated like the enemies one. So let's delete it. Okay, so let's go to player and we'll call it it's called animation player. Here it is, and we'll create it. Good. So first off, we're going to do the same thing that we did for the enemy. We're going to name our animations. So animation, new animation, we'll call it left, let's just say left walk, no, left run. And another one, we'll call it right run. Another one, we'll call it jump. And oh yeah, jump. And let's have another animation for fall. I think these are the ones that we need for now. Probably in the next video we'll focus on enemy attacks and all the other fun stuff. So let's just say okay. So we have fall, jump, left run, and right run. Okay, it's good. So let's focus on the left run now, or right run. Let's see. So then we go to our sprite 2D. Let's see, let's look for an animation. So we have to, unfortunately we have to flip through each and every animation to find the animation where the character runs right. So let's see, where is frame? Let's go back to the first one. Oh, I forgot, we also need an idle animation. Sorry, an idle animation. So when you're not doing anything, so I'll say idle. So let's go. I zooming. Let's play this. I believe this is the idle animation, the first one. So the idle animation is from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 6 frames are the idle animation. So let's go back. So now we have to key in these animations. But first off, let's spread out this timeline because the animations are more than 0.5 seconds. So usually we just make it let's expand it, let's see, like this. Yeah, 0.9 is okay. So we can just key in the first one, first animation, create, go back to the first one, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, done. So now we can actually play the animation and see what it looks like. Let's play it. There should be a loop around here somewhere. Okay, it appears that there's no loop. Oh yeah, here it is. So we can loop it and let's play it and see. Okay, good. So probably let's stop the loop. So probably 0.9 is too much. It ends at 0.6. So let's make here 0.6. Good. So let's loop it and see. Play. Good. So this is the idle animation when it's not doing anything. And if you want to see it more clearly, you can just come here and turn off any ones that you don't need. We don't need this right now, so we can see the player properly. Good. So now we're done with this. Save it. Next we move to the, let's say, right run animation. So let's go to the rest of the animations and see. 5, 6. Okay, this is an attack animation. Let's go next. Okay, this is running right, and that's jumping. So running right starts from 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, so it stops at 23. So it's from 16 to 23. So we'll start to key from here. Let's go to the beginning here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we end it there. Good. So we can see that the animation stops at 0.8. So let's just say 0.8. Good. So let's test it and play it. Good. So it works properly. And let's save it. Next we do for the left run. I don't believe there is a left run. Let's see. Because it goes straight to jump. Yeah, there's no left run. So we might have to do the left run in code. Good. So we might have to do the left run in code, or what we could do the animation for the right run, but we could flip it so it would be left run. I'll show you how to do it. So let's go back to the animation for the right run, which was from 16 to 23. Now, right now it's facing right. Let's bring it here. But we can make the animation, the sprite face left, so we can key it by flipping H here. So you say flip H is on. Now it's facing left. So then we have to key in this flip H, and we key that in and say good. So now we've keyed that, and now we can key in the left run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good. And we'll do the same thing, 0.8, and then we'll save it. But now we have to go to the other sprites and turn off flip for them. So come to the right sprites and turn off the flip, come to the beginning and key that in. So you have to key in that the flip here is turned off, but the flip on the left side is turned on. And let's see for the idle. As you can see, the idle is turned on, so we have to turn it off and key this in. Later down the video, we'll be able to write a code that would determine where, if the character is facing left or right, so we can know where to place the idle animation. Alright, so that's done for now. Let's see idle. So next would be to jump. Okay, so let's go to the jump animation, and we'll also key in the, let's see, jump animation. So let's see, jump animation should be, where could it be? Here, attack, running. So jump is here. Jump is from 24, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so from here, from 30 he starts to fall. 31, 32. Yeah, So from 30 it starts to fall, so it's 29. So it's 24 to 29. So we start to key that in. 24, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Good. So 0.6. And we save that. So we can test the animation and see. Let's play it. Good. So it works properly. And then we also now go to the fall animation. So as you can see, I believe fall was from 30. It starts to fall. 29, 30. Yeah. So it starts to fall from 30. So let's key that in. 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. Oh no. Okay, good. So I believe this is it. From here, it starts to play another animation which we don't need for now. So let's loop it and play. Good. Let's play it properly. And we save it. So I believe we are done with the player animations for now. And we have our idle, we have our jump, we have our left run, and we have our right run. Good. So I believe that this would be enough for today, because I honestly do not want these videos to be too long. If not, they would feel like some kind of a tutorial. So I believe we'll end the video today. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Cheers. Hello and welcome to the 4th video in the series. Thank you so much for all the previous viewers and subscribers that have subscribed to my not tutorial, more like my vlog. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for all the support and the comments, and I hope to continue to see you guys in the next videos. So today I plan to talk about the player movement, which is coding the player movement and also adding the animations to the player movement, and also testing out the player movement so we can make sure that it works properly, because we're probably going to use that same blueprint for the enemies as well. So first off, let's start by accessing our Godot. Let's open it. I think for next videos I'll probably start the Godot before I even say anything. I think that would save us a lot more time. So scroller. Okay, so this is where we stopped on our previous video. Not here, here. So we finished coding the player movement. We had the fall animation, idle, jump, left run, and right run. So today we are going to write our own personal code that will deal with the player movement, move left, move right, jump, and gravity, and all that. So let's get into it. So first off, we already have a script for the player. If you want to access that script, you can just click here. It says open script player.gd. You go there. So usually I believe from Godot 4 or 4.2 and above, they already have a pre-built script for you to make use of, but I prefer to use my own personal script. That way I know exactly what I'm typing and where to access it. So let's just clean everything and save it, and we'll probably do the same thing for the enemy just in case we get to it. Okay, so we are at the player now. First off, we want to extend the character body 2D, which means that we want to take classes and properties and features from the character body 2D. So extends character body 2D. Okay, I believe the letters are too small. Let me increase the size. Is it this? Let's see, like this. Yeah, here it is. Okay, extends character body 2D. Next, we want to give it variables, variables like the speed, the gravity, the jump force, attack force, and all that. But for today, we're just going to deal with the speed. Well, let me just add some comments. Let's say player variables. Player variables. Yep. And we're going to say we'll start with var. Let's call it speed. And that speed, let's give it we'll eventually change these values to find the right fit for our game, but let's give it let's say 190. Yeah, that's okay. For let's say we also want the jump force, which is how hard should I say, or how far should we jump when we tap the jump button. So let's say, well, let's just call it jump power. Let's give it a let's say 245. And last but not least, let's give it a gravity. Gravity can be, let's say, for now, let's put it a very high number. Let's just say 1000. 1000, which is good. So now we are done with the player variables for now. Next, we want to bring in our physics process. Let's just do that. So we start with, because physics process is a function, so we bring it in, and it's an inbuilt function, meaning that it comes with Godot function, and it's called physics. Yeah, here's the physics process delta. So basically, anything that you write or you type in this physics process, it happens every frame. That's every 60 seconds. It's just a way of telling Godot that every 60 seconds, I want you to check if any of these codes are running. So physics process. Now let's start with gravity, meaning that when my player is up, I want him to fall down, which I want gravity to apply to the player. So let's just give it a comment. Let's say apply gravity to the player. Okay, so let's say let's do something simple. If is on floor, or no, if not on floor, yeah, if you are not on the floor, then, which means that if you're not on the floor, which means you are in the air, which means then the velocity along the y-axis would be plus equals to gravity times delta. Good. So if I'm not on the floor, meaning that I'm in the air, I want you to increase the velocity along the y-axis, meaning that in vector math, when you're going up, it's negative. When you're coming down, it's positive. So I want you to positively increase it. And that's it. So let's save it and let's play it. Oh no, I haven't done something. Sorry about that. So after we're done with this, let's also add our move and slide. Move and slide. So basically, move and slide is just saying everything that I've typed, everything that I've written, apply it to my game. And it also, move and slide also is a very powerful tool to automatically apply like collisions and other aspects of the game without you actually typing them, explicitly. So let's do that. But first, we actually have to, let's say, we have to create a space where we can test out our code. So let's go to the main scene, which is the only scene that we're going to have for the game. And let's create something small where we can bring in the character. So first off, we'll go to the main scene. Then we will create a static body. Let's say add child node. Let's call it a static body 2D. Then we'll give this static body a color rect. I just want to create like a small, should I call it a small floor where the character can be in. And come here, plus let's give it a collision shape 2D. Good. So let's bring this here. Okay, let's bring this here. Then the collision shape needs a shape, obviously. Oh, you know what? Let's expand this and do it like this. Yep. And let's give the collision shape a shape. And let's bring it here. Okay, good. And let's expand it here, 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 and here. Let's just do this. Perfect. Let's save it. And then next we have to bring the player into the main scene. So we come to the main scene. Here we can instantiate a child scene. So just click instantiate. And we want to instantiate the player scene. You can do this, or you can just directly drag the player from the scenes. We have the scenes here. Player, just drag the player here and boom. Then save it. So now let's play it and see if the gravity works. Boom. That's good. That's what we like to see. So you can see the gravity is working. And if we should remove move and slide, which means that now the Godot wouldn't know what to do with this code. It just sees it as a plain code. So let's play it and see. And nothing happens. It doesn't know what to do with it. It just knows that it's there. So let's activate it. So I'm just trying to show you the importance of move and slide. And let's cancel that out. That's good. Save it. And next, let's do the player movements, which is to move left and right and all that. So first of all, we have to define our directions. Let's just say apply player movements. Sorry, player movements. So in the player movement, first off, we have to give it the code for left and right, and we have to assign them to a single variable. Let's just say var, usually just call, let's just say player direction. Var player direction is equal to input dot get axis. We want to get the axis of the left, and we also want to get the axis of the right. Good. So now that we have, it's like we've assigned left and right all to this single variable, which is player direction. Good. So now if the player direction is direction is true, that's I'm touching the left or right key. If it's true, then I want you to increase velocity in any of the directions that I'm touching. So let's just say the velocity along the x-axis will be equal to our speed times the player direction, whichever direction I'm facing. Good. Then after that, if we are not moving at all, else if we're not touching the left or the right key, we want you to do absolutely nothing. Just stand here. So velocity along the x-axis will be equals to, you guessed it, 0. Don't do anything. And we'll save it. Okay, so let's test it out before we go too far. And play. Boom. Right, left, right, left, right, left. Good. Alright. This is looking good. I love it when the code is so simple like this. This is probably what we're going to use throughout the game. So after that, we now want to focus on the jump. So let's just say player jump. You guessed it, it's still going to be the same thing. We'll just say if, you remember how we said not on floor? So now we want to only jump if we are on the floor, except if we plan to have like a double jump feature in the game. We can say, okay, if not on floor, which is if I'm still in the air, then if I tap jump, then jump again. So now if I'm on the floor, I want you to do this. If I'm on the floor and my inputs, that's if the inputs it is action pressed, if I just pressed the jump button, which is a space bar, if I press that jump button, I want the velocity along the y-axis to be minus equal to our I think I called it jump power. Yeah, remember what I said? Minus if you're going up, positive if you want to come down. Our jump force. Okay, so I believe that this is okay. Let's see, let me reduce the size so we can see everything. Good. So space it out, pum pum, and pum pum. So we apply gravity, we apply player movements. Let's see, player movements left and right, and player jump. So let's play it and see. We have gravity, we have right, we have left, and we have jump. Yep. Okay, this jump power is too small, so probably in the next video we'll figure it out how to add a proper jump power. This is too small. It's too small. So I think we'll stop here for today. In the next video we're going to focus on adding the animations, left and right animations, the jump animations, the fall animation, and also how to handle the values for the jump power, speed, and the gravity. Thank you so much for watching today, and I hope to see you guys in the next video. Cheers. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the 5th video in the series. Once again, thank you so much for watching my vlog, and let's get straight to it. So in the last video we completed a kind of basic player movement that will let the player move left, right, and up, as we can see from here. Right, left, right, and you can jump. Good. And today in this video we're going to work on the player animation, and we're going to also change the player movements script a little bit, just so that the animations will play when they are needed, not every time. So first of all, we're going to start with the left and run animations, let's say. So what we're going to do is that we're going to separate the code into two. The first code will be the code that plays when the player is in the air, and the one that plays when the player is on the ground. So I believe this gravity is okay. We don't need to change anything here. Then also here to left and right. Then we come over here. Let's go down. We say the first one, let's work on the things that should happen when the player is on the floor. So when the player is on the floor, we want to be able to jump, we want to be able to do our left run, and we want to be able to do our right run. So we'll say, sorry, let me increase the size. Good. So we'll say, let's just say on the floor. If is on floor, the first thing that I want you to do is to check if the input on jump is pressed. So if input dot is action just pressed jump, good, then I want you to jump, which is the same code as this jump, but I didn't want to clean it yet. So let me just do the same thing. Velocity along the y-axis will be minus equal to the jump power. Then we also want you to play the jump animation. So in order to get access to the animation of the player, which is this animation player here, we'll do our $sign and we'll write animation player. Good. Dots play. Then play what animation? Since the player is jumping, we want to play the jump animation. Good. We save it. Then let's play it and see what it does play. Go down. So when you jump, okay. This is the jump animation. But because it's stuck like this because it doesn't have any animation to play when it's not jumping. So let's just close out of it. And in fact, this jump power might be too much. Let's reduce the jump power to 300 for now, or 350, so we can properly see the jump. Save it. Okay, that's good. So now that we've done this jump animation here, we don't need this one here, so we can just delete this. Save it. So after the jump, we now want to focus on going left and going right. So we would go down and say elif the player direction, which is the player is either moving left or right. What we want you to do is to increase the velocity along whatever area the player is going. So we'll just say the velocity along the x-axis will be equal to speed times the player direction, which is the same thing that we did for which is the same thing here, but we just want to put it here so that it can perform all these checks. When we're done with the code, you see what I mean. So velocity along the x-axis equals to speed times player direction. Good. Now we'll come down. This is where we'll now talk about our left and our right movement. So if the player direction is greater than 0, meaning that the player is moving right, we want you to do the animation player play right run. Else, we want you to play the left run. Sorry, we want you to play the left run. Animation player dot play left run. Good. Now that we are done with that, we will also now have to give it the idle. So this is the first if, this is the elif, this is the if and else. So we need to also close this if here. So if will come down here. Good. Else, we want you to make the velocity to be along the x-axis to be equals to 0. That's the player is not moving at all, and then we will play the, you guessed it, the animation player that play the idle animation. Good. So now we have done for the jump, for the right run, for the left run, and for the idle. So this is if the velocity along the y-axis is this, play jump. If it's not, play the idle animation. So let's play it and see. Boom. So we go right, we go left, we jump, come down, we jump, come down. Good. So it's not stuck on the animation like before because it knows exactly what to do when you're not pressing anything. So it should be in the idle animation. Good. Okay. So now the next thing would be to have our fall animation. What should happen when you're not jumping? So that is where we will now close this initial if on floor. So now we want to now do our if not on floor, which is the else. So else, that is if I'm not on the floor, what do you want me to do? Okay, fine. If I'm not on the floor, if the velocity along the y-axis is greater than 0, which means that I am falling, I want you to play the fall animation. Else, if it's not, meaning that I'm going up, I want you to play the jump animation. Animation player dot play the jump animation. Good. So now that we've already put the movement inside this script, we don't need this anymore, and we'll clean it. Good. This is good. This is a good scripts that I came up with myself. I'm actually proud of it. Okay, so left, right, we have our jump, and we also have our jump animation to play when we're jumping. This is the first check, and inside this check, it will check for this, it will check for right, check for left, check for idle, check for fall, and check for jump. So let's play it and see. Hopefully we don't have any errors. So good. So right, left, jump, fall, jump, fall, jump, fall, jump, fall, jump, fall. Good. Okay, so now we are done with the animation for the player. I believe we may improve it. Okay, so let's just call it on the floor and not on the floor. Okay, on the floor and not on the floor. The thing is that there are several different ways that you can do your animation. You can separate it. It's just that with this method, the Godot doesn't get confused what animation to play at what specific time, because you're explicitly stating the animations that it should play. Exactly. Like right now, if the right animation is playing, then none of these are going to play. But if I'm jumping, which is if I press the jump button, meaning that I'm activating this code, and it will just ignore anything else here. Same thing if I'm in idle, it will ignore everything else in this place. So there are several ways for you to write the movement code in Godot. This is just one of those methods. Okay, so I think that let's stop here for now, so that we can go and digest everything that we've seen today, and I can also go back and see if there are other, maybe better ways of doing other things. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you guys in the next video. Cheers. Hello everyone, welcome to the 6th video in this series. But before we start, I just want to thank you all for all the subscribers and all the views that you have given me. Honestly, I didn't really expect it, and I'm very grateful for it. And without further ado, let's go into the next part of the video, which would be finally adding the attack animation, and also adding proper animation for if the player is facing left or facing right. So let's open up our Godot. Okay, good. So this is where in the last video we stopped on the player movement code. So before we continue, I just want to add some comments so that we can know exactly what each code does. For example, now this code is separated into if the player is on the floor and if they are not on the floor. Let's just say check player is on the floor, and here would be check player not on the floor. Good. Then after that, here we can just say if I'm on the floor, I should be able to jump, I should be able to move right, I should be able to move left, I should be able to be idle. So let's just say let's say here we player jump, and here would be player running, and here would be player idle, player idle. Then check player not on the floor, we can just say here is player falling and player jumping, player jumping. Good, because comments are really important, so that in case you want to make some changes in the future, so it won't be so difficult for you. So today let's focus on creating the animations for the left idle and right idle, because as for now, when we play the game, you can see that the character is idle facing right, but if we face left, he still faces right for idle. Good. As you can see, and we want it to be dynamic. So if I'm facing left, it should be idle left. Facing right, it should be idle right. So for now, we have the right idle, so we only need to make the left idle. Then we also need to make the left attack and the right attack. So let's go into the animations. We go into the sprite 2D. Before we start, let's edit this idle to idle right. Let's rename it to idle right, which is the one that we have right now. And we also want our idle left. So our idle left. Good. So we have our idle right and our idle left. So for our idle left, we definitely want to flip the character. So flip it and key that flipping. Good. Let's make here 0.6 and stretch it out. Yes. Good. So now we key in, I think idle is from, oh sorry, it should be frame. Idle is from, okay, so 0 to 6. So let's key the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, fifth one, sixth one. Good. So if we play it, let's see. Good, this is good. So it's going fine. So now we also have to go back to the idle right, and okay, yeah, so the flip is turned off and it's being keyed here. Good. So now the idle is done. Next is to do the attack animation. So we'll just say attack right and also attack left. Good. So let's do, I think attack would be, let's see, where's attack? Yeah, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so from 8 is attack. So let's come here. This is right attack. So let's go to attack right and let's key 0.6. Let's key it in and see. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14. Okay, so it's a bit more. So let's just say 0.7. Good. So let's play it and see. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, this is good, but it's having this problem where the player is disappearing before the start of the animation. Let's make it 0. Okay, yeah, because of this empty frame here. So let's delete this one. And let's see, let's push it back. Good, so now let's make it 0.6. So now it should be smooth. Yes. So let's save it. Now let's do our attack left. Let's make it 0.6. Let's go here. We click our sprites. So let's go back to 6. Right, attack is from 8 here. So let's flip it to the left and key that in. Then we'll also start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good. Let's play it and see exactly what we want. Good. So let's save it. Let's also go to our attack right and key in to not flip. Good. Save. So I think we are done with the animations for now. Let's go and code it in so we can code the animations into the player. So first off, let's start with the idle right and idle left. So it should know what kind of idle to play based on the direction of the player. So first off, we have to create a variable that will store the current direction of the player. Let's just call it var current direction. current direction, let's just say it's 1. Yeah, let's just put it as 1, because 1 is for right, minus 1 is for left. So let's just say right now current direction is right. Good. Then we go to the idle animation, which is where we're going to use it, but we have to first of all tell it what is 1 and what is minus 1, which is right and left. So we go to the player direction and say if the player direction is greater than 0, it means that the current direction is 1, which is right, else it means that the current direction is equals to minus 1. So if the player direction is greater than 0, current direction is 1, which means that it's facing right. Let's just do a small comment and say facing right, and here facing left. Good. So now we can come to the idle and clean all this up. So we can say for the idle, the velocity along the x-axis is equal to 0. So if the current direction is greater than 0, which means that the player is facing right, I want you to play the right idle. I think we named it right idle, right? Okay, no, idle right. Then else we want you to play the left idle. So we go animation player dot play the idle left, and I believe that is it. Let's see if it will work. So right now he's facing right, he's facing right. If we go left, it's facing left. Yes. Oh, I'm surprised that actually worked. If we go right, it's facing right. Go left, it's facing left, based on the last button that you pressed. Because of that current direction variable, it's storing the last thing that you pressed. Okay, so we're done with that. Next, we want to now work on the attack animation. So same thing, we will still use the same idea that we've been using for the player code. We want each animation to play, so we want each animation to play by itself, so that if one animation is playing, another one will not be able to play. So let's just say, let's create a variable that will store if the player is attacking or not. Let's just call it player attacking, and it is always false. The player is never attacking unless I press the button to make the player attack. So it is false. Then after that, we would now go and create a function that, okay, fine, the player attacking is false. When do you want it to be true? When do you want the player attacking to be true? You want it to be true when we are pressing the attack button. So let's just go here down. Let's just do a simple if input dot is action just pressed attack, then if the current direction is greater than 0, we want to play the right attack animation. Actually, no, that's not what I meant to write. Animation player dot play attack right, else animation player dot play attack left. Good. Now that we're done with that, we also have to now tell the code that, okay, while all these things are happening, I don't want anything here to happen. Left to right jump should be disabled when the attack animation is playing. Okay, so we go to each and every code that has an if, and we tell it that it should only work if the player is not attacking. So if input dot is action press jump and player attacking is equal to false, then all this should work. There's no point, there's no way you can be attacking and you'll be jumping at the same time. Though it's possible in gaming, but for my own game, I don't want that to happen. If not, it will make the code complicated a bit. So, and player attacking is equal to false. I think we should also check here. And player attacking is equal to false. And let's also check. Let's check for the in the idle position too. Yeah, let's do an if statement here, and we'll say if player attacking is equal to false, then that is when you'll be able to do all this. Yeah, I think this should be good if I've not made any errors. Okay, so let's play it first and see. Okay, yeah, so if the input is action just press attack. Oh yeah, so we also have to tell the code when would player attacking be true. It will be true if you press the attack button. So let's just say player attacking is equal to true. Good. Is equal to true. Okay, so let's play it and see. Okay, I can move right, I can move left, I can attack. Oh, okay, yeah, I can attack, but it's not continuing the animation. Okay, it's supposed to go back to idle after it's done attacking. Okay, so the problem here now is that it doesn't know what to do after the attack animation is finished, and what we want is that we want it to go back to idle when the attack animation is done. So the easiest thing that we can do here is to use signals to kind of signal the code or the Godot engine that the animation is finished. So we want you to play the idle, or we want you to make player attacking to be false. So let's go to animation player node. Yes, animation finished. So we connect that node to our player. Good. So now we can we can write a simple code and say if this function takes a parameter anim name, so the name of the animation. If the anim name is equal to attack right, or anim name is equal to attack left, I think this should be good, then player attacking will become false. Player attacking would become false. Okay, so let's try play it and see. Okay. Oh wait, let me disable the collision for this debug. Disable the collision shapes. Let's play it and see. So we can go right, we can go left, we can attack. Good. And to come back to its original position. Attack, and to come back. Jump. Okay. Let's see. Let's play it and see. Jump, jump, attack, and attack, attack, and attack. Good. So at least everything is working now. Maybe it just needs some minor cleanup here and there, but I think this code is perfect now for our player movements. And I think this is where we're going to stop in today's video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the 7th video, I think, in the series. But before we get started, I just want to say thank you so much for watching my videos and all the subscribers that have subscribed to my channel. I really appreciate your efforts, and I hope to continue to see you in future videos. Before we get started, let me open Godot, and that is it. So there was a problem, especially with the player movement that I noticed in the previous video, whereby if the player attacks while they are in the air, the game crashes. As you can see, it's crashed and I can't move left, I can't move right. So there's an easy fix for this, and it's just we only want to attack when we are on the floor. So we'll just come to the player code, the player script, and come here and say and is on floor only. So we only want to attack if we're on the floor. I mean, that's the original plan. So let's play it and see. If we jump now, there's no attack, no attack. You can only attack on the floor. Good. So now for today's video, we are going to focus on the something fun, which is to design the main level, the one and only level that we're going to have for this game. So finally we get to delete all this boring, this player, collision, colorect, and all this. So let's delete the static body. Let's delete the player, and now we have an empty background. So we're going to first of all add a tile map node, which serves as a canvas where you can draw and paint whatever you want for your background. Then we're going to say new tile set, new tile set. We're going to now go to our layers and give names to our layers. So we'll have like our floor layer, we'll have our, let's say, grass layer, we'll have our, or let's just say items. So, or I don't know what to call it, let's say items, no, not items, let's say rocks and trees and what else, and grass, all those items. And lastly we'll have we have lamps. Good. You know what, let's also have buildings, in case we'll have a building where you can replenish your house, where you can replenish your health after each battle. So let's just say we have the floor, we have our rocks, trees and grass, lamps and house. Good. Then we'll also come here and just take one physics layer. Done. So we'll go to our tile set here and click on plus, atlas, then assets, world assets. So let's use our oak woods assets. But before we even do that, I was supposed to have given the size of our tile map. So all the assets that we've downloaded from itch.io, they are all 8 by 8 in terms of their size. You can have 8 by 8, 16 by 16, 32 by 32, but the one we have is 8 by 8, so we have to set the size accordingly. So 8 by 8. Good. So we come here, plus atlas. Let's go with this. Good. Yes. So you can see they've all taken their required space. So we're just going to use this area for now, this box, to just design a simple platform, maybe starting from here, then maybe some platforms here to jump around, and then it will come here. So let's see, or let's see, what can we do? Let's do something simple for now. So in the next maybe video or two, we'll talk about an actual level that we want to build for our player, which is going to be the one that is where we're going to play our games in. So let's just do this. So first off, we have to add our physics layer to it. You cannot have this physics layer option if you don't add a physics layer here. So this physics layer is just to add collision to our surrounding. Let's add collision here, 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 and here, and collision here, and collision here. Good. So let's go back to our tile map, select one, and let's zoom in so we can draw it. Select one here, then draw the remaining one here, then end it here. Select this one, this one. Let's select this one here, select this one here, this one, go down and just close it out. Then here. Good. Then let's also do, maybe we'll add some platforms here, something that you can jump around and go to the other side. Okay, so let's go here. Let's just add one here, here, and here. Then go another one here, another one here. Close it out. Close this one out. Here, and then here, and then let's just do like this. So we'll do like 2 of these, and we'll do the last one here. Let's space it out here, and another one here, here. Close it out here. Do another one here, here. Close it out here. Let's do top layer, and then take this black one to just do this around it, and then we do the remaining area here. I think I'm just gonna add like a platform here with some steps just for fun. Let's see. Let's pick one here, and let's put it here. Take this one, put it up like this. Start it here. Let's take this one, put it up like this. Start it here and here up to the end. And then we'll put this 1, 2, then we'll close it off. Then here we'll do all the way down here. Then we'll close it off. Let's clean this. Go like this. Good. So now we'll just paste this whole black. Let's just take more of it. This whole area. With the black background. Let's just take one so that we can be very precise. Okay, good. And that's it, good. So for now, let's bring in our player to the main scene. And let's drag the player here. Then let's play it and see how the scene feels. Okay. Looks good. Oh, I fell down. Okay, let's play it again. Now we jump and jump and jump. Okay, good. No. It's good now. Okay. It's too. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. No, I can't. But it's looking good so far. So let's now add in some grass and some rocks and some lamps and stuff like that. So we go back to our tile map and let's go to rocks, trees, and grass. I think it will make sense for them to all be in the same layer. So we go to our tile sets and plus atlas. Let's add in our rock. Let's open a rock and we'll say yes. Okay, so in this instance we want the rock itself to be one whole layer. We don't want single tiles from the rock. So what we're going to do is that we're going to just resize it. Let's try 10. Okay, it's too. Notice this white line. We want the white line to cover the entire picture. So let's say 15. Good. And for here, let's say 10. No, 10 is too much. Let's say 9. Good. Then we'll take this and clean everything. Then hold shift. Good, so now it's one image. So we'll go back to our tile map, select it, and let's zoom in. Okay, so as you can see, I'm unable to actually place it directly on the ground because of this. There's a little, if I place it here, it's going to be directly on top, which we don't want. We want it to be on top of here. So let's just clean this out. Let's put it like this. So what we're going to do is that we're going to mess with the what we call the texture origin. So let's try -1. Okay, let's try -3. Perfect. So -3 is good. Let's go back to our tile map and let's continue to paint. Let's put one rock here and another rock here. Good. Now what else should we add? Let's add in our grass. Same thing too for the grass. We have to resize it so it can take the whole grass sprite. Let's say 10. No. Okay, let's put it 1 so we can see everything. Put 1 5 3. Okay, so it's 2 sprites. Let's make it 7. Okay, 9, and then it will be 10. Okay, so we also wanted to just cover the bottom, so let's say 4. Okay, close. 6, not too much, 5. Okay, good. So let's clean this and let's hold shift and select this. So now this is a whole tile map. So let's paint this grass here, and you can see also the grass is having the same problem where it won't actually stay on the ground, but let's just do it. Let's paint it. Okay, as you can see, it's going behind the rock. No worries, let's just do like this. And some more here. Let's add 1 here and 1 here. Some more here, 1 here, 1 here, and another 1 here. Good. So now, same thing, go to the tile set, paint, let's mess with the origin a bit. Oh, yep, -3 seem to do the trick. And let's play it and see. Perfect. No! Okay, so now let's add in our lamp. But we have to go to our tile map and move to lamps. Let's do plus, atlas, and lamp. Same thing too. It doesn't automatically take everything. You have to tell it that this is a single tile, not a part of a tile. So let's just take this, clean everything, then come here and resize it. Let's try 22. Okay, that's perfect. And 23. And let's try 19 here. Okay, good. Yes, this is perfect. So now let's hold shift and make it a single tile. Go to our tile map, take it, and let's put it here. Let's put 1 here and 1 here. Good. Let's put 1 there and 1 here. Where else should we add? 1 here? Let's add 1 here. Okay, this is looking good so far. And yeah, so for now we'll probably stop here. Let me play it and see. Good. Jump, jump, jump. Okay, probably in the next video we have to fix this jump power. It's very inconsistent, and we'll also have to make the character movement to be very smooth. so it would feel responsive. And also in the next video, we're going to definitely add a background to the game because it looks very boring right now. But yeah, I think this is a good place to stop. Thank you so much for watching. I hope to see you guys in the next video. Cheers. Hello, and welcome to I think the eighth or the seventh part in the series. I just want to thank you all so much for watching my vlog slash tutorials, and I hope that you all continue to get more and more from it. So from the last video, a lot of people told me that the audio was not really clear, and they were having a bit of difficulty hearing what I was saying. So I hope that this video is clear enough, because right now I don't actually have any, should I say, advanced equipment. I'm just using a headphone that I found lying around the house. But as the channel and I continue to grow, I would continue to add more things to the channel. Maybe I'll get like a dedicated microphone, and then I'll probably have to learn one of these popular softwares, maybe Adobe Premiere, or I think it's called DaVinci's Resolve. That's the one that I got because it sounds cool. So here it is, DaVinci's Resolve. Probably learn that so that I can make my videos more professional. Maybe I can add some graphics, and then I'll also get a microphone so that it will be more clearer. At least I have a short milestone, which is here. So maybe at 50 subscribers I get like a microphone. 100 I get either Adobe Premiere or DaVinci's Resolve, and then at 150 maybe I might get a dedicated capture card so I can capture everything at 60 fps smoothly. But with that being said, I was just trying to talk about what I hope for the future. But with that being said, let's go into today's video. So today we're going to focus on a camera, adding a 2D camera to the character, and also to do something with the jump power, because right now the jump power of the character is very low. So we'll see what we can do about that. So let's open up our Godot, and good. Okay, let's clear this and let's remove this. So let's jump right into adding a camera to the character, and it's as easy as you can think. It's just going into the player, go to the player node, plus, and just add a camera 2D, and that's it. The character now has a camera. But now we have to customize our camera to fit our level. So let's go to our main scene. Okay, as you can see, the player is not here, so let's bring the player to our main scene. Click on the main scene and then click on player and open. Okay, so the player is here. Let's bring the player down here. Good. Now let's play it. Good. So as you can see, the player has a camera. If you move right, it will jump and it will follow the player down to the end of the line. But what we don't want is that we don't want the camera to be around here. We want to fix the camera around the level. So we don't need to see what's at the bottom. We don't need to see anything beyond this area. So let's customize that. So we go to the player, and there are two ways that we can do this. We can measure our level and then bring that measurement to the player, so so the camera will know where to stop and where to start. So first of all let's delete the camera here and go to the main scene. Let's save this, go to the main scene and add a camera to the player. This is just so we can properly calculate where we want things to start and where we want things to end. So we can add a camera to the player here. Let's save it, and let's see if we go to our limits. So for the left, let's say we want let me try -10 and see. Okay, -10. Okay, we can still see this place. Let's try -1. Okay, yeah, good. So it's sharp now. So it stops at this left edge. Let's play it and see. Good. So you can't see anything beyond this left. Though you can still fall. Let's see, if you fall, it will still follow the player down. Good. So now let's do the bottom. Bottom, let's try 600. Okay, 600 might be too much. Let's play it and see. No, 600 is too much. Let's try 350. Okay, yeah, 350 sounds. 350, yeah, it looks good. It looks good. So let's play it and see. Oh yeah, let's also smooth it to make the, just it's an option to just make the camera smooth. And let's see position smoothing. Let's also enable that too. Let's play it and see. Okay, no, okay, we don't want that. So let's turn off smooth. Let's play it and see. Good. So let's jump. Okay, so as you can see, it doesn't follow the character to the bottom of the screen because we already set the maximum bottom that it can do. So let's see, let me play. We might have to rearrange this this level a bit because it's becoming difficult. Let's jump and see. Jump here. No. Okay, let's play it again and see. Jump. Okay, yeah, so you can see the camera is following the character left and right. Jump. Okay, good. This is good. Let's make it right now it's showing the entire level, so let's bring it closer to the left side. Let's see, we'll talk to the right. Let's say 400. Okay, maybe 400 is much. Then let's see 800. 600. Okay, it's moving the camera to the left. Let's see what's gonna happen. Okay, now it's showing the left side of the screen. Let's see if we can adjust this to, I think this is the lowest. Let's say -10 or -1. Okay, let's say -1. And let's bring back this right. All right. I think yeah, I think this should be good for now. Let's play it and see. Okay, so at least it's following the character properly. Go to the right. Yeah. And go here and go here. Good. So actually there are two ways that you can add camera. You can either add a camera to the level or you can add a camera to the player. It just depends on what you want. But for me, I'm adding the camera to the player. So now that we have all these measurements, we can come over here and delete the camera and go to the actual player here and add a camera to the player. So player plus camera 2D. Then with the measurement that we had before, we can just add it. So here was -1 and here was 350. Good. And then we turned on position smoothing, save it in our main scene, and let's play it and see if it follows the rule. Good. And then it comes here and it follows the player. Good. And we go here and we go here. Okay, this is very good. So next now is to fix the jump power, though I don't know if, okay, first off, let's try to rearrange the tile map so that we shouldn't be jumping around. Let's go to our tile map. Let's go to our floor. Let's just clean this ones up. We don't need this for now, and we don't need this ones too. Then we go to our lamps. We clean this lamp, go to our rock, trees and grass, clean the grass. Good. Then let's go back to our floor. Let's just clean this edge and clean this edge. Okay, so we'll just join them together. So let's go here, this, Let's just bring it together. Come to the bottom, bring another bottom. Clean this. Bring the bottom together and then click one of these black ones and just paint. And paint. Yeah. It's very important for you to select the layers that you want to work with so that they won't be on top of one another. Okay, so I think this fixes okay. So let's play it and see. Good. Oh, I forgot to add grass on top of the platform. Let's go to our rock, trees and grass. Click on our grass and let's paint it. Sorry, grass. Click on our grass. Let's paint our grass on top of here. Okay, yep. So let's play it and see. Okay, we can go like this and the camera is still falling good. So let's jump. As you can see, I can't reach this top for some reason. Maybe the jump is not high enough. So let's go to our scripts for the player. Let's make jump power be 370. Let's play it and see. Let's go jump and jump. Still nothing. Okay. So I think the issue here is that once the player is already in the air, we cannot manipulate the direction that the player goes. Like for example, now it's going left, it's going right, but once you're jumping, you can't move left or right, except if you're already moving left with momentum and then jump. Right, momentum and then jump. But once you're jumping, you can't move left or right. Okay, so it means that we have to design our level with that in mind, meaning that we have to make some of our platforms a bit longer. So let's go back and do that. It's your choice, actually. You can decide that okay, you want to be able to move left and right in the air. So all you have to do is just come to the script, and then instead of making this to only work when you're in the floor, you can say, okay, if I'm also not on the floor, I should be able to move left or right. But for my own game, I don't want that to happen. So all I have to do is just extend this platform. So let's go to our tile map, and same thing. Let's go to our rock trees, clean this rock out, and let's go to our floor, clean this part of the floor just to make this platform longer. And now we'll just quickly paint it. I think this should be enough to jump to the other side, and then take our side rock, add it, take this, bring it here, and okay, let's also bring one more rock here. Then we'll take the black paint and paint it all around. Okay. Oh, there's a grass here. Let's come to our grass and clean it. Then pick up a grass, paint some grass around here and some here. Good. So now let's play it and see, and I should be able to jump properly. Go right, jump, and let's jump here. Wait. Okay. Let's go back a bit. Really? Do we have to make it longer? It just takes timing. Good. So now it works properly now for my game. So yeah, I think that this is where we're going to stop in this video. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. Cheers. Hello and welcome back to I think this is the 9th video in the series. And once again, thank you all so much for watching my videos, and also for the subscribers. And without further ado, let's get started. So let's open up our Godot. Okay, so um, in the last video we stopped at just we fixed the camera a bit. So this is where we stopped. We had a basic layout, basic background, basic tile map and all that. And today we're going to do something that I should have done in the very first video, and also some additional other features and aspects. So the first one would be we have to fix the viewports of the whole game. It's a 2D game, so the camera would have to be different from any other kind of camera, meaning that we have to be closer to the player than other regular forms of games. So let's go to our project settings. We go to our window, our viewport, and our height. So from what I've seen online and other articles and other documentations that I've read, it's usually 320 by 180, and you can double it, or you can times it by 2 depending on what you prefer. And you also have to work with the kind of assets that you have. The assets that we have for this series is 8 bits, which is the one that we got from itch.io. So after we've done this, we close it and we go to our main scene. You can see that it has reduced to this size here. So we have to move everything into this viewport. So first off, let's select our tile map, select our move tool. Let's move our tile map here. Then let's also move the player here. Let's see if it's good. Okay, yeah, let's move it down a bit here and move our player down here, which means that we also have to adjust our player camera to be for this top to be here, left to be here, and then this bottom should come here. And from what I saw online and after reading some documentations, all you have to do is just set the left to 0 and top to 0. Then you can adjust the bottom and the right to whatever width or whatever pixel that you prefer. So let's go to in fact, let's measure it first. Let's take our measuring tool here. Let's measure from here to the bottom here, which is 180.0. Good. So let's go to our player, our camera 2D. We can set the left to 0 so it won't go past this point. We can set our top to 0 so it won't go past this point. Then we can set our bottom to 180. We can save it and also save the scene. So now let's play it and see. Good. As you can see, the player is closer to us now and the camera is behaving just as it should, because you shouldn't be able to see the entire screen in the first go. You can only see the parts where the player is, so you have to go right, then you can see parts of the game. Good. This is good. So next now would be to add our background. As you can see, the background of this game is very bare bones and very boring, and thankfully we already have 3 backgrounds that we can work with that we got from the assets, the itch.io. So what we're going to do is that we're going to do something called parallax background, where each layer of the background moves at a different speed, so it will give like an illusion of, okay, you're actually passing through this place, instead of it being just a static background. I'll show you what it looks like. So let's go to our main scene. Plus, one thing I love about Godot is that everything that you're looking for, they have the exact same name. So if you're looking for a parallax background, all you have to do is type parallax background. You create it, and this parallax background, we now add our parallax layer. And in this parallax layer, we add sometimes you use sprite 2D, but for now I think I'm going to use a texture rectangle. So the difference is that for the sprite 2D, it's usually used when your image is bigger than the viewport, but for mine is the exact size, so it actually fits for the purpose of this game, it fits what I want to do. So let's create this 3 times because we have 3 backgrounds: layer 1, layer 2, and layer 3. So we go to the first texture react, we drag our layer 1 over there, we go to the second one, we drag our layer 2 over here, and we go to the third one and we drag our layer 3 over here. In fact, we can play the game right now just to see what we have. So let's play. As you can see now, the background looks good. We go right, and this is where the background stops. So what we're going to do next is something called scaling, or what we call mirroring. So mirroring, as the word stands, mirror, it just replaces, or it just replicates the background over and over again until you tell it where to stop. So let's do that. So we have our initial image here. In fact, let's rename this so that we won't be so confused. We can just call it back 1. I prefer to use letters. Say back 1, back 2, and back 3. Good. So now we go to our texture react. Let's make it duplicate on a tile basis instead of a scale. So tile, we go to this one, we make it tile. We go to this other one and we also make it a tile. Go back to the first one, go to our layout and go to our transform. So we want it to double its width each time the player goes to the edge here of the background. So all we have to do is double this number. So instead of 320, it will be 320 times 2, which is 640. Good. So we do the same thing for the other 2 texture reacts. The second one, we go to the layout, we go to the transform, and we make it 640. In fact, if you want to really make sure that that's the size of your image, you can just come here to your texture and click on it, and you can see 320 by 180. So you just have to duplicate, or you just have to times this number so it will duplicate your image twice. Okay, so that's 640, and we do that for the third one. Our layout, transform, and we make it 640. Good. But even with this, it just only duplicates the image. It doesn't actually mirror it to continue from where the player is. I can show you. So let's play the game. Let's go right, let's jump and jump. See, it just stops there. So even if you continue, it doesn't continue the image. So now we have to mirror the image. So we go to the first back one, we go to the motion, we go to the scale. So usually this scale is used for, you can use it to control the speed of each background. So in pixel art, usually the furthermost background, which is background 1, is static. Then the next one, which is background 2, it moves a bit fast, and then the first one here, which is background 3, moves the fastest. So we go to our scale, let's make it to be 0 so I can show you. Press enter, save, and mirroring, let's say we want it to mirror. Okay, let's not use mirroring yet, let's play it first so I can show you what scale is. So let's move. You can see that the background at the back has stopped moving, but the one at the front are moving. Good. So let's do the mirroring to, let's say 640. Good. So each time I move, you just mirror it twice, just to be safe. Then we'll do the same thing for back 2, motion, scale. Let's make the scale to be, instead of 0, let's say 0.5. Then we make y to be 0. We don't want it to, we don't need anything beyond this x-axis. We don't need any y-axis. But let's go back to the first one and make the y to also be 0. So 0.50, let's also make it 640. Save it. Let's play it and see. Good. As you can see, the second one is also moving. And let's also do it for the third one. The third one should be okay. One is okay. Maybe one is too fast. So let's say 0.9. And here is 0, and here would be 640. And we can save it. So now when we play the game, you can see that everything is moving, jump, and jump. So even if you jump, it just continues. See, it just continues going and going and going and going and going and going until you tell it where you want it to stop, which is something we're going to do in the future. So yeah, I think that's it for today's video. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. And welcome to the 9th video or 10th, I think, in the series. Thank you all so much for watching my videos and following up on how I'm progressing with the game. And without further ado, let's get into it. So today what we're going to focus on is just level design. I think I'm going to do the final level of the game for today. So since it's just going to be one level, so we don't have to waste too much time on it, and maybe as we progress in the future we can maybe add or remove a few things, probably adjust some things to make the game feel better. So what we're going to do now, we open up our Godot and let's just clean this entire map. We're going to clean everything out of it. Let's remove the player so that we will not be obstructed by him. So we can just remove the visibility. Yep. So we go to our town map, take our eraser here and just clean everything. Start cleaning and cleaning and cleaning everything. Okay, this is, let me see, or you could just use a rectangle and clean. Let me see. Yes, you could actually do that. So next would be, I hope that's all. Let's go to the rocks. Okay, yeah, so there are other things too to clean. Let's just stretch it and to here. And we would also, what else? Let's see. Lamps. Okay, so we also have a lamp. We would also clean that. And the house, okay, nothing. So now the time up is completely empty, nothing to worry about. Then we would also now go back to our town map. Let's pick out the layout. So before this video started, I made a little bit of research. I went online and searched for like ideas for level design. This is it here. So I looked on Google and I checked different kinds of design, so to give me like an idea or inspiration of what I want to create. And unfortunately the tile set that we have is not very, there are not that many resources to use to create a very like vibrant and nice looking environment, but at least I was able to use what we have. And I went into paint here. I just created like a small mock-up of what I want the level to look like. As you can see here, we have the shop and we have like a large area where the player can jump here, and if the player should fall down here, that would be game over and you just start from the beginning. And probably at the end here there will be like the boss of the area, so when you defeat the boss and then you're done with the game. So probably the shop here is going to be where you can replenish your health. So maybe as you're fighting the boss and you see that you don't have that much health remaining, you can run back, refill your health, but also when you run back, the boss's health too will also regenerate, so to kind of balance the game out. Okay, so let's start with that. Let's start with creating this platform here. So okay, from here to here is quite long. I just want to stop, let's stop here. Yeah, so probably in the next video we'll see how to stop this scrolling, this parallax background. Let it just stop here, since we don't actually want to make the level to continue forever. I just wanted to show you guys how parallax backgrounds are done. So let's go into the town map and let's select, okay, let's remove our eraser and also the triangle, and let's select here. Let's start with this. Let's see. I want the floor to be here, like really below, yeah, here. And then we pick this out and we can just stretch it. Oh, I'm so sorry. There's a little bit of mistake. We're on the house layer. Let's go to the floor layer, but first let's clean all this. Good. Then let's go to the floor layer and select this, and we can start. The layering is very important. So let's go here so that we don't have different parts of the game be on top of one another. And we can just, yeah, we can just stop here. This place looks perfect. And here, let's put it here. And we can close the game here. Then we surround the areas with rocks. Let's put the rock here and close it here. And take the bottom and do the exact same thing. Bring it here and close it out here. Take this here and put it here. Good. Now we surround this area with the black color. You can just select the black color and then select the rectangle here, so we can just stretch it out. Boom. And now, oh, sorry. And now we're done with the floor. Let's save it. Then what else? Next would be to cut it up like here and here, so equal size. So all we have to do is just go back to our tile map and just clean that area. So let's take our eraser and let's just take a chunk of this area. Let's take this other one too, and take another chunk of this area here. Okay, yeah. So then we also have to close it out. So let's take this edge, put it here, right? Let's put it here. Oh, sorry. Let's change it to our pencil. Take this edge and put it here, and take the closing edge of the rock, and take this bottom. Same thing for this side too. Take this edge here, put this down, and close it out here. Put this edge, no, let's make the edge here, and take this rock down and close it out here, and lastly here too. Put it down and close it out here. Okay, this is looking good. So let's see how it looks like. Okay, so the player can jump here and here. Oh, we actually have to make this place a bit wide because we need probably like spikes or something, like when the player goes down here he dies. But this looks very jumpable, so because we want to also have some platforms on top, so we might have to stretch it out a bit. Let's just go to our tile map, take our eraser, and just clean this area. Yeah, so you can't jump to this place. Then we can stretch this place out. Let's just close it out. Oh, no. Let's switch back. Let's just close it out here. Put this here and put the end here. Okay. So now we can stretch this place. This is where the boss is going to be, so you just fight the boss and that's all. And then you put it here and then bring it down here, I believe. Okay. So let's take this, stretch it out here and put the end here. Then we take our box, select our rectangle and do the same thing here. Okay, so this is looking good so far. let's look at it. So yeah, so the shop is going to be here. Once the player is fighting the boss and the health is low, it just jumps over, fill up the health, but the boss too also fills up his health. So next would be to create some kind of let's say, how do I call it, like support beams that will hold the shop here. So let's just, maybe this time we'll have to use a different tile. Okay, like this one, but it doesn't have a collision, so we have to add collision to it. Go to our panes, physics layer, and we'll add collision to all of them, just the top, and probably the sides too. Good. So now we can go back to our tile map, select this, or no, should we add collision? I don't think so. We shouldn't add collision to it because it's going to be a beam, and we want the player to be able to pass through it. Yeah, instead of, because the player is going to be stuck if they start the game and then they can't even get to this area. So maybe let's go back to our tile map and let's just remove it. So we can just, what's this? So we can just delete it. So we can say no collision, no collision, no collision. Remove all the collision. Put it back to add. Okay, good. Save it. So let's go back to our tile map and now paint. Select our pencil. We'll just do like a short something here. Let's space it out. Another one here and another one here. Good. Then we'll create some kind of like a box here that will hold the oh, let's make it short. Yeah. Then we'll select this, start this here, stretch it out like this, put the end here, let's say here, put the box here, another box here. Let's close it out. Yeah, this is just my own level design. If you have a much better idea, maybe you're more artistic than me, you can most definitely make something that looks much better than this. Okay, so now let's put the house. Do I even have it here? Okay, I don't have it, so we have to probably go back and do that. But let's just complete the level, and probably in the next video we'll do the final touches for the level, because I am aiming to not make the videos to be too long. So this is done, and what else? Okay, so there's a little bit of a platform here, something that the player can jump on. So we probably will just do something like this here, put the end here, and put a rock under, and close it up, and close it out. Okay, good. Oh, what's this? What's this space here? So let's deal with that. We'll take our eraser. No, I don't want to erase the whole thing. Let's just remove this. Just this and this. So it will seem like a seamless background. We just take this, put it here, take the dark one and put it here. Yes. Good, 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 good. Next would be, let's see how the player will be able to jump here. So they will only be able to come here because they'll always start with full health. So they'll only be able to come here when they've gotten to this place. So let's just quickly take in our platform. Let me look at the picture again. So there's one here, and another one, and another one, another one. Okay, good. So we'll make one here, a lower one. Let's put one here, here, and here. Okay, so then let me see. Just put this one here, another one here. This is really small, but you know what? It's a challenge, so let's just close it off. Let's close it off with this black one instead. Good. Okay, this is good. So we'll also do the same thing. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, then jump here. Okay, so we could also put in some enemies on top of the platform, so as it jumps here, fight somebody, jump here, fight somebody, jump here, and so it's to serve as another kind of challenge to conserve the health that you have before you're able to get a new or you're able to buy health here. So let's create another platform just a bit higher here, and maybe a bit longer because you have to fight someone on it. Let's put here. Yeah, let's close it out. Stretch this one. Close it out. Up. Up. And let's put this one here. And let's stretch it out. Oh. So let's stretch it out, and then let's take the ending here. Okay, so let's see. Let's do another one here. I apologize for the certain, you might notice some little bit of stutter here and there in the video. I don't know what's wrong with my computer today, but hopefully it won't be there in the next video. So let's just do this one here. Or should we? Let's see. Yeah. So let's put another one like here, here, and here, and here. And then close it out. Put this one here. This one here. Close it out with this. Take this box here and then take the dark one inside. As you can see, most of the tiles that they look the same, so that's why I just use this one. It's much easier. Okay, so you jump from here, jump here. You should be able to jump here, right? Oh, it's too far. Okay, let's stretch it out a bit. Let's bring it here, here, and here. Let's take the dark one, put it here, here. Take this one. Take this here and here. Then we can jump here, 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 and one more platform. Let's put this here. Okay, you can jump from here, then jump here, 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 and here. Let's close this one out here, close this one out here, take this, close it down here, close this one here, close it here, and put this here. Good. So now let's just test our platform to see if it works. Let's turn on the player and let's play it and see. Okay, so you can run. Oh, yep, this is the first error, so you can't actually jump. He hits the floor, so we might have to move this first platform a bit forward. tile map and let's just clean this. Put this up. Okay, we threw this. We have to even move it more forward, or maybe up, so we can jump here, here, and then come here. Yeah, let's put it up here. Let's put it here, and close it out. Let's put this one here, put this one here, and let's close it under. Take the dark one and close it. So now let's try it and see. Come on, yep. Okay, so you can go, jump here. Oh, okay. Let's play it again. Okay, go forward, jump, and jump, and jump. Yeah, this is good. This is good. So let's see if we can jump back. Oh, okay, yeah. So, yeah, it will serve as a nice challenge, though it's very small. But you know what? Let's make it a bit longer. It's too difficult. Boom. Right? Yeah. Okay. So let's put it like this. Put this one here, and a dark here. Good. So now let's play it now. This should be perfect. Go here. Can you? Oh, you can actually. Oh, you can't. Oh, you can jump. Okay, I'll probably have to fix that. I'll make this part here to be much taller, so you won't be able to just jump. So let's go. Just jump here. Jump here. Jump here. And go. So let's jump back. Yes, and boom. So now you buy your health and everything, and then you have to come back and fight the boss. Good. So yeah, this is where I'm going to stop for today's video. This is just going to be part 1, and in part 2, which I'll probably release much earlier, maybe on Saturday, I would add in maybe some trees, some signposts, some rocks, and then probably the house. While I was checking the assets, I saw that the house also has its own animation, so we'll probably make use of that. Thank you so much for watching this video, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. Okay, hello and welcome to the 11th video in the series. Thank you all so much for watching, and without further ado, let's get right into it. So for today's video, what we're going to do is that we're going to finally complete the level design. We're going to add some grass, some maybe like rocks, what else do I have? Signposts, lamp posts I mean, and other items to make the level look presentable at least, because right now if we play it, it looks very bare bones and boring. Sorry about that. The collision detection is turned on from the last video, so you can see it looks very dry, very boring. So we'll try and fix that now. First of all, let's turn off this collision detection. Okay, let's see whether it's turned off. Okay, yeah. So what we're going to do now, let's add in the grass. You know what, let's remove the player so that we can see everywhere clearly. If we just turn it off here, go to our tile map, go to our grass, and let's add in our rocks, trees, and grass. And good. And also in this video, we're going to finally add the animated shop, where it will probably be on top here. So let's just finish with this grass. Let's add a few more grass here, more here, another one here, another one here, and another one here up to the end. Good. Next we will add our rocks. So let's select our rocks in here. Let's add some rocks here, Oh, wait, not here. Here, maybe one here, one here, maybe, and one here, maybe two. And finally, let's add our lamp. So we go to our lamps. Select the lamp. Let's add one lamp here. I think here will make sense. One here, and another one here. Good. So, you know, okay, yeah, I think that's all. If not, we're going to have too many lamps, so that's good. So let's play the level and see how it looks like. Oh wait, let me turn the player back on. Let's play. Okay, yep, it looks it looks much nicer now when you have all these items here. And jump. Boom. Yep, that's good. That's good. So next, now we can, is there any other thing that we can add to the level? Let's see. Rocks, grass, and lamps. Okay, so for now I think this is okay for this level. So next, now we're going to add in the animated shop. So first off, let's go to our tile map, plus atlas, and I think it's in our UI assets. No, sorry, it's in our world assets. Yeah, here's it, shop animation. So just click on it and we open it. No, we say no, we don't want that. So what we're going to do now is that we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 animations for the shop. So we have to then make each and every one of these animations to be a single tile, to act as a single tile. So what we're going to do, thankfully we have a single image of the shop, so you can know the exact dimensions. Let's just go into our file manager, our assets, world assets. Here's the shop. So this shop is 118 by 98. Okay, cool. So let's go to our texture resolution here. Let me expand it. No, texture size, sorry. And 118 by 98. Okay, so you can see this works, but it doesn't capture the bottom half of the sprite. So let's try 120. Oh, there's still a little bit here. Let's try 127. There's still a little bit here. 128. Good. So it captures each and every tile perfectly. Good. Let's select it. Select, and select. Yep, this is good. So let's select this first one. Go to paint. Sorry, select. Then we go to animation. In the columns, we can just say 6, since we have 6 columns. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Remember, you have to click only the first tile. If not, none of these properties are going to show. So when you click the first tile, it just automatically knows that the rest of the animation will be on the right. So we then go to our frames, then we add second frame, add elements. Oh, sorry. Let's click it, add. It's supposed to add the next element. Alright, so let's go back to our setup and see what's going on here. Let's clean each and every time. And let's just select this first one. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So you're supposed to only select this. That was what I was talking about. You're supposed to only select the first tile and it will do the rest. So select the first one, and another one, and another one, another one, and another one. Good. So now it has all the tiles. And that's about it. So we go to our paints. Let's also do the texture origin, because I wanted to just rest on top of the platform, not hanging in the air. So let's try -5. Okay, I think we should be good. Now let's go back to our tile map. Let's use our house layer, select it, and we can paint it somewhere. Okay, so the image is going above the whole game itself, but if we place it, we can see that it's being animated. Though I can see from the animation that it's just the chimney that's been animated, and not the I don't know, is this a goblin or something? It's not being animated. This is a, I won't say it's a problem, but this is like one of the feature of the sprites that we got. So first of all, let's try to fix this because it's really high up. So what we're going to do is that we're going to reduce the height of this platform here. Go to our tile map here. Let's take our eraser and let's just clean this. Let's take one out here, and let's take another one out. Let me play first and see if it's not too short for the player. Okay, so yeah, this is good. So you can go under properly. So now let's just close it out. Oh wait, let's go to our floor. Let's take our paint. Let's paint this edge here. Let's take this. And oh wait, let's make it longer. And let's close it out here. And let's take this. No, let's remove this. So we can just paint this dark here. Put this here. And put this here. Good. So let's look at, oh my god, I think this is a bit short, isn't it? Let's see. I knew it's too short. Okay, let's just clean this. It's too short. Let's just add it back. Let's add this here. So let's play it again and see. Okay, yeah, perfect. So now we can add this now safely. Boom. Okay, nice. And oh, no, not here. House. So we put it on top. And then we go back to our floor, and let's just make the floor a bit longer so we can stand on it. This here. Okay, and let's play it and see. Yep, perfect. So we can talk to the merchant here and buy whatever I want to buy. Okay, yeah, so that's good. So yeah, so this should be enough for today. This is the end. We've finally completed our little level, even though it doesn't look too nice or too advanced, but at least it will get the job done. Thank you all so much for watching my videos, and hopefully in the next video I'll be using a new microphone that I plan to order a new microphone from Amazon, because thankfully I got to 50 subscribers. Thank you all so much for that. And if you have any suggestions or any ideas of a budget microphone that I could use for my YouTube videos, I would really appreciate your comments, and your input in the comments below. Thank you all so much, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. Bye. Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to the 12th video in this series. I know it's been a while since I uploaded a video, but I had a lot of commitments and a lot of things to attend to, but all in all, thank you so much for watching my videos, and without further ado, let's get right into it. So for today, we're going to focus on the enemy setup and enemy animations. So finally, in the last video we had the sprites, which was the shop sprite on top here. We had it working properly, and we had built up a somewhat relatively fun level that works properly, and the background is working properly as well. So let's focus on our enemy for today. We go into the enemy sprite, and as you can see, we have the animated sprite and we also have the collision shape. So now what we're going to add what we call an area 2D. Now an area 2D, what it does is that it just designs an area around the enemy or the player where if any object enters into it, it does whatever you want it to do. Yes, so what we're going to do now is that we're going to click on the enemy plus, and we're going to look for what is called, sorry about this, here you go. We're going to look for what is called an area 2D. Create it. So now we have an area 2D for this. We're also going to add a collision shape to this area 2D. Collision shape 2D, good. And the collision shape will also have a shape, just the way we've been doing it before. We're going to give it, about this time we're going to give it a, let's say, a circle shape. We'll bring the circle here, and we can expand this circle any way we want. So we can expand it like this. So if the enemy should enter within the confines of this sphere, it will do anything that you want it to do. So let's make it expand it more. Yeah, this is much better. And we save it. Good. So next would be, we want to connect the signal to the enemy. So we want to connect the signal of this area 2D to the enemy so we can code it and tell it exactly what to do. So we click on our area 2D, we go to our node, and we can say we have two, body entered and body exited. So if the player should enter the body, what should it do? If it should exit the body, what should it do? So we click on our body entered, connect, and want to connect it to the enemy, and connect. Good. So we have a function on area 2D body entered, and we also want to extend our character body 2D, which is good. And we also need a couple of variables. So we need a variable to hold if the player is in the area 2D or not. So when the game starts, the player is always not inside the area 2D. So we can just say equals to null. After that, we also need the speed of the enemy. So we can just say speed, or we can say enemy speed, just so that we can understand who we're talking about. Enemy speed. And let's give it 50 for now. And we also want the detection range. So how much should at what range should the player or the enemy be able to detect the player? Good. So now what we're going to do, or we might not even need, we might not need an enemy detection range. Let's just leave it at that. If we need it, we'll come back to it. Alright, so next now we mess with this area body 2D. So what do we want to happen when we enter into when the player enters into the enemy sphere? So we can say if the body has a name of what? Player, which our player does, because the name of our, if you go into our player node, scenes, it's called player, and if we open it, it's also called player. So if the body that enters into the enemy here has the name player, then the player is equal to the body. Good. And then we also want to do body exited. Here, same thing, connect, and we connect. And we do the same thing if the body dot name is equal to player. Sorry, not this, capital letter, player. It's case sensitive, so you have to be careful. Then we can say the player is now back to null now. Good. So we are done setting up what should happen when it enters and when it exits the player. Good. So now next would be to set up all the functions and everything that should happen. So we're going to create a function, and what I'm going to call it, let's say follow player. And this follow player will take delta. So this follow player, what we're going to do is that we're going to reduce, or should I say deduce, the position of the player and the position of the enemy, and use the difference in that deduction to attract both of them together. So we can just say var, let's use direction. Var direction equals to the player's position minus the position of the enemy. And then you want to normalize it also. So normalize just means that it shouldn't increase the speed based on any direction that it's facing. So whatever direction that the enemy is going, it should be at the same speed in all directions, except if I state otherwise. Good. And then we also need the velocity, so we can just say the velocity is equal to the direction times the speed. And last but not the least, we'll also speed. And last but not the least, we'll also need enemy speed. Oh my god. Enemy speed. Good. And then we'll also need move and slide as usual. Good. So now when should this follow player function be activated? So we can just come on top of here, function. So we'll use the process function, which takes delta, and say if the player is inside the body, then I want you to call the follow player function, and which takes in delta. Good. Okay, so let's play. Okay, no, first of all, let's put the player inside the main scene. The enemy in the main scene. So let's take our enemy here, and let's just put the enemy here, let's say, for convenience. And we would also bring the player. Oh, sorry about that. Select the player. This is the player. I'm having difficulty select this is the player. Okay, what's going on? I'm not able to select the player. Alright, let's just delete the player here and bring in a new player to this place. Good. So now let's play it and see. So if we go, okay, let me turn on the collision detection so we can see visible collision shapes, and we play it now. So if we go and we enter into the player sphere, it will follow us, and it will keep following. Even if we go up, it will follow. It will keep following wherever I go. Good. Okay, so at least it works fundamentally. So maybe we have to improve the speed a bit. The speed is a bit low. Let's make it 100, and we save it. So let's play it now and see if we enter into the enemy sphere. Yeah, this is better. Oh, yes. Good. Okay, yeah, this is perfect. This is perfect. Okay, so this is looking very good. In fact, I might want to expand the area a little bit, because I want to make it a bit difficult for the player to escape this area once they enter. Okay. Oh, escape. Oh, wait, escape. I don't know. All right, so we might tweak it a little bit in the future, but for now the fundamental the fundamental enemy follow the player is working properly. Next, now we focus on the enemy animation. As you can see, the enemy is looking very dead, not moving at all. And let me see, what animations do we have for the enemy? So for the enemy animation, we have, let's see. Oh, okay, so we don't have that many animations. We just have attack, hit, and fly. So probably we're going to use the fly animation today. We're going to make use of what we have. So we're going to make use of what the animated sprites. For the player, we made use of animation player, but since we don't have that many animations here, we just use the animation sprites. I mean, that's just my own preference. You could use any kind of animation module that you want, but I'm going to use the animated sprite for this. So we go, oh yeah, thank God, we already have that. So animated sprite 2D, we have the enemy fly, attack. Okay, so it's called enemy fly. All right, good. So now let's go into the script and incorporate all these animations into them. Okay, so we have our function player, our area 2D. Let's bring them close by. Okay, so now we want to add animation so that when the enemy is idle, it plays the flying animation, and also when it's following us, it flips the sprite based on the direction that it's following us. Yeah. So first off, we're going to create a small function. We just call it let's see, function idle animation. And in this idle animation, what we're going to do is that if it's just a way to make sure that it's actually following exactly what we want. If the animated sprite 2D dot animation, or should we just say, let's not use it directly like this. Let's create a variable to hold the animation player. So let's just say at onReady var the animated sprites is equal to animated sprite 2D. Good. So now we don't have to use the animated sprite 2D directly. We can just use this. So we come back here and we say if the animated sprite dot animation is not equals to, I think it's called enemy flying. Let me just make sure. Yeah, enemy fly, not enemy flying. Enemy fly. If it's not equals to this, then just keep playing it, since it's only one animation that we have. I'm sure there are easier ways of doing this, and I will try to figure that out, but for now this is what I can think of. And just play the animation, the enemy fly. Good. Alright, so now that we're done with that, next we now have to put in the code to flip the sprites based on where the enemy is facing. So that one is very simple. If the velocity along the x-axis is greater than 0, so you are following the enemy is going right, I want you to flip animated sprite dot flip the h equals to false. You don't need to flip it for this. Elif the velocity along the x-axis is less than 0, so it's going left. Then I want you to flip it, so let's just copy this. Let's be lazy a little bit, copy this and put this here, and let's just say true. Okay, then if it's not, then we play the flying animation. So animated sprite dots play enemy fly. Okay, so I think that is it. Let's try it and see if we made any mistake. So when we play the game, it should be flying. Uh-oh, did we miss something? So okay, yeah, it is flying. Oh, it's flying. Okay, it is flying, but it's flipping the wrong way. Like this. Okay, so let's flip this and see. True and false, because it flipped the wrong way while it was following me. Let's see. Good. Yes, it's working. Let's jump. Yes, and it's flipped, and it's flipped. Yes, so it's also playing the flying animation even when it's not following me, though I wanted to play the animation even if I'm not inside, because as you can see, it starts the animation. It starts the idle animation when I'm not inside the sphere. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to go back to our enemy code. Here we can say if the player is inside the player is inside the enemy sphere, sorry, it will follow the player. Else, if it's not, then all you have to do is play the animation spread, play the enemy fly. So now if we should play the game, it should start with the idle animation. Or let's see, let's play it and see. If we should go, it should be flying. Good. And that's it. And we jump and it flips. We jump and it flips and it stops. Good. Alright, so this is very good progress for today. I don't want the video to be too long. Thank you so much for watching today's video, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. I would love to hear comments about the audio quality. As you all know, I got a new mic and I want to know if everything is clear and understandable from your side. Alright, see you guys next time. Okay, so hello and welcome to the 13th video in the series. Once again, thank you all so much for watching, and without further ado, let's get right into it. So today what we're going to focus on is that we're going to now we're going to focus on the player setup, meaning that the player can attack the enemy and something happen. Let me just bring the window over to this side. Yes. So the last time we stopped at, we just had the basic enemy, and when you get into their sphere, they follow you, and yes, that's it. So today what we're going to do is that we are going to make it that when we attack, which we have already, at least it damages the enemy, and after a certain number of attacks, the enemy disappears. So first of all, what we're going to do is what I should have done in the first video of this series, which is to create layers. Let's go to project settings, and we go to our, where is it? That's down, yeah. So no, 2D physics I was looking for. Yeah, 2D physics. So I think I already created it, but let's just remove it. So in the game, each and every object, enemy, the tile map, they are all supposed to be in their own layer. So we can have layer 1 be the world layer, layer 2 will be the enemy, and layer 3 can be the player. Good. And I think that's all we need for now. So if we go into, let's say we want to select this collision shape, let's say the player, yeah. So if we go to this place and we hover over it, you can see world, enemy,
player, and in the mask you can see world, enemy, and player. Now the difference between these two is that layer is what's the current layer. Like right now we're in the player node, so the player is supposed to be in the player layer. And then this mask is like, okay, what is the player supposed to be able to interact with? He's supposed to be able to interact with the world and with the enemy, and that's it. So he's supposed to be able to world and and the enemy. Exactly. And we do the same thing for the enemy. So we come to the enemy here and we say the enemy should be in the enemy layer, and it should be able to interact with the world and the player. We can also do that for the main scene here, or for the tile map. So if you go to the tile map here, we can say it's the world should be able to interact with nothing actually. It's just in the world layer. Now we save it. Let's play it and see. Good. Everything works properly. Great. So now that we've set the layers, we now have to set the layer for our, I think I also missed something. Okay, yeah, so apart from the enemy, we also need to set the layer for our area 2D. So our area 2D is for the enemy, and it's supposed to be in the enemy layer, okay? And it should be able to interact with the world and the player. Yes, exactly. Because this area 2D is where if the player enters into the area, it follows the enemy follows the player. Like now, if I remove the player from there and I save it and I press play, it shouldn't work. If I go into it, nothing happens because I've told it not to be able to detect me. So I have to go back and turn the player back on and save it. Let's play and see. Okay, good. So it works. Yeah. So today's video is going to be a little bit of a long one because we have so many things to implement and to talk about. It might get a little bit complicated, but it's not super difficult to understand. Right. So after we're done with that, we now have to focus on the player. We have to create proper attack animation or proper attack mechanic for it. So we go to our sprites. Let's create an area 2D. So an area that if the enemy should enter inside that area, a certain amount of health should be deducted from the enemy. Good. And you should also have a collision. And let's change the animation because I can't see this. Let's say attack left. So let's say I think a rectangle will be enough. Yeah. Let's bring the rectangle here. Let's reduce the size. Let's move the animation and see where it hits. Perfect. Yeah. So let's move it down a bit. Okay. So if the enemy should enter into this box, a certain amount of health should be taken away from the enemy. So, but we don't always want this box to be switched on. We only want it to be switched on when I press the attack button. So let's go to the beginning. Right here, it should be switched off. So let's go to our disable to be on, and we key it. Let's go up like this and let's increase this. And we should also key in the position. Good. So we've keyed in the position, disabled, and the flip. So let's go here, here, here. So at this point, the collision shape should be turned on. We key it. It should be turned on here and turn off here. And key it, and let's save. So let's play it and see. So it only turns on when the player is attacking play. Good. So now we do the same thing for the other side, which is attack right. We bring it here That's why I said we have to key in the position. So we key the position. Oh, let's play it first and see if it even gets there. Good. So we key the position here at the beginning. Let's say attack left is at the beginning too. Yeah. So attack right at the beginning. It's disabled when it starts. Oh no, wait. Sorry, it's disabled. Good. So let's go to the next. Yeah, so it's enabled here. Next. Yeah, okay. And it's disabled here. So now let's play it and see. Alright, that's good. So let's save it. Let's play and see how it works. So we have the box, and if we attack right, if we attack left, good, right, left, good, right. Let's expand this box a bit. Let's remove I think the position is enough. Let's expand it a bit like this. Let me just delete this position, so we'll do it again for the right. Expand it up, good. And we'll do the same thing for the left. Okay, so we don't need to do that. Let's remove the position and do it again. So we have position. Oh, I think I removed the wrong one. Yeah, I removed the disabled. It's supposed to remove position. Then we key in the position. Good. So now let's play it and see. And let's play attack right and see. Good. So we always have to test these things before we go too far. Let's here. Let's see if it actually touches the enemy. Okay. Yeah, so as you can see here, it overlaps. So that's what we want. Good. So now that we're done with this, we now have to, let's see. Okay. Next would be to go into the coding. So we select our area 2D node, area entered, and we connect that to our player. Let's bring it up. Just as we did for our animation, we can also do it for our area entered. And we can say something like, if area entered is equal to the enemy, then print something. But to do it properly, this is how we're going to do it. So we would say, I think it would be better if we, since we don't, I don't want to use if area entered is equal to enemy. That would be a little bit complicated. So let's go to our enemy, and we'll do something called grouping. Now grouping is like you can create a small group, like we can call it enemy. So anything that you want to be identified as an enemy will be inside that group. So we can go to our groups here, and we can just say enemy group, and we'll add it. So now this area 2D is inside the enemy group, because that is what we're not attacking the enemy, we're attacking the enemy area, the area 2D. So let's go back to, let's save, go back to our player, and now we can say if area dot is in group, is in group, what group? Enemy, wait a minute, I forgot, what did I name it as? Enemy group. Let's add more checks and say, and the player is attacking, which we created before. If this is true, for now, let's just say print player is attacking. Just for now, before we go too far. So let's play it and see if it works. So we just have to focus on this. Sorry, focus on this here. It should print players attacking. Let's go. Press F. 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 Okay, so it's not working. And why? So maybe because it's not detecting. It's either it's not detecting the area 2D, or it's not detecting the player. So what we can do for that, we can check our layers, which is very important. Let's go to our area 2D of our player and see what it is interacting with. So inspector, there we go. So this is in the world layer, which is not supposed to be. We can now go here to our player, and then we want it to be able to interact with just the enemy for now. No, just the enemy. Good. So now let's save it and let's play. So it should show players attacking. Good. Players attacking. It's attacking. It's attacking. It's attacking. It's attacking. It's attacking. It's attacking. Good. Good. Okay, so it works. So now we can continue with our code. So now we want to actually give damage to the enemy, right? So let's go into our enemy scene. Let's reduce this. So a couple of things that we're going to need. We're going to need to give the enemy a health bar. So we can just say var health equals to, let's give it 100 for now, which is okay. Save that. Now next would be to create a function where the enemy will be able to take damage when the player attacks the enemy. So we can just go to the bottom here. Let's just create a function and call it take damage. Take damage, and this take damage will take a parameter of damage amount, and this damage amount will come from the player. So the player will set the amount of damage that we should be taking from the enemy when the enemy is attacked. Yeah. So let's just say health minus, this is very simple logic, just with each hit take this amount of damage from the health that is 100. So health will be minus damage amount. Then we can just say if health is less than or equal to 0, that means I don't have anything anymore. Then just, or you know what, I wanted to just say queue free, but I think we should just create a function. Let's just call the function die. Then we'll come down here and create the die function. Die. And in this die function, all it's going to do is say queue free. That's all. Queue free. Though this queue free is like a very brutish method of taking out something that you don't need, but for now this will work. So later we'll probably add something more elegant, like let's see, like enemy killed or game over or something like that. So now that this is done, we now have to go back to our player and also make some changes. Now, number one, we have to give our player the attack damage. That's how much damage should they be able to do. So we can just say var, let's call it attack damage so we can know what we're talking about. Attack damage will be equal to 20, or okay, yeah, for testing let's just say 20. Then we can now say, instead of just printing players attacking, we can clean this and say gets we want you to get we want you to get this function from the enemy, which is this. Take that damage amount and replace it with this 20. That's all that this is doing. So we'll say area dots gets parents, because first of all we have to get a reference to this enemy tree. Then we'll tell it to go inside this enemy tree, find this function and use it. So this is how you do it, because it's actually a really useful method or function to know in Godot. Get the parent first, which is the entire tree. Then in that parent, look for this function which I think I called it take damage, right? Take damage, yes. Take damage. And inside this take damage, I want you to take this attack damage, which is 20. Or we could just put 20, but no. Let's just say attack damage. Okay, and I think this is it. Let's play it and see. So if we go for, let's move up here. If we go for attack, oh, attack. Oh, okay, yeah, it does work. So okay, so just so that we can know if it's working properly or not, let's have it print each time the enemy takes damage. So let's go into our enemy. Let's go to our enemy and say each time the enemy takes damage, print the health. Print health. So let's play it and see. Let's move it up here. F. Okay, 80, 60, 40, 20, 10. Good. This is really good. So yeah, I think this is a very good place to stop. I know that this is a lot for today, but you just have to, all you have to do is just go back and watch the video, and it's absolutely not as difficult as it may look. But yeah, thank you so much for watching my videos, and without further ado, I'll see you guys in the next one. Cheers.
Okay, hello and welcome to the 14th video in the series. Thank you so much for watching, and without further ado, let's get right into it. So let's open up our Godot. Before we even start, I want to say that this video might be a tiny bit long, because we are going to do 3 things in this video. The first one is we're going to add a progress bar to the enemy so that we can see when we're damaging the enemy. The second is that we're going to add the ability for the enemy to damage the player, because right now we have the ability for the player to damage the enemy but not the other way around. And then third and the last is that we are going to add a progress bar to the player so that when the enemy is damaging the player, we can see how much health is being taken and what is happening at that time. Alright, so first off, let me just increase the size of this. It's a little bit small. There we go. Okay, so first what we're going to do is that we're going to add something called a progress bar. That's why I love Godot. Everything that you're looking for, it has a very conventional name, let's just say. So let's go to the enemy, here, and let's add a progress bar. Okay, that's big. Let's try to reduce the size. I don't want to see the percentage, so let's just turn this off. Let's also go to the size scale, I think it's called. I think that should be in the, let's see, layouts, transform, yes, scale. So let's use 0.2. Nice.
So let's expand it, and I want it to be on top of the enemy. Yes, like here. Good. Now next would be to use our desired color for the progress bar. So let's go to our, I think it's invisibility. Yes, visibility, then modulate. So we want our progress bar to be, let's say, green, since it's, oh, let's make it red, then we'll make the player's own green. So let's go, let's move it back, yeah, there we go. So let's just make it red. Okay, this is pink, but yeah, it's close by, it's close. So let's save it. Now let's go into our enemy code and type out the code for accessing the progress bar. So what we're going to do is that we're just going to create a variable, or let's call, no, let's not do it here. Let's just call a function. We'll say health bar. No, enemy. We have to be very specific. Enemy health bar. Good. Now in this enemy health bar, we're going to have a variable, and that variable we just call it enemy health, and it would be equal to our progress bar here. But instead of calling it progress bar, let's call it enemy. Same thing. Let's just say enemy health. Sorry about that. Oh, what's wrong with my spelling today? Enemy health bar. So now this enemy health will be equals to enemy health bar. So we don't have to keep referencing the actual enemy health bar. We can just keep referencing the enemy health. So after that, we'll now say our enemy health would be the value of our enemy health, which is the value of our progress bar, would be equal to the actual health of the enemy, which is called, well, health. So it'll just be equals to health. And that's about it. So let's play it and see. So when we go, uh-oh, what's going on? What's the error? Case mismatch. Oh, okay, I understand what's going on. So honestly, I was kind of expecting this error early on, but I don't know, sometimes it takes Godot a while to understand that this code here might be correct, but it's not very safe, because sometimes the player might not be inside the sphere of the enemy, and this code will just keeps running and running and running. So what we're going to do is that we're going to make this code to become let me say safe. So we can wrap this code in an if-else statement. So in case, if the enemy is not inside the sphere, do this. If not, don't do that. So let's just clean everything. I should have solved this a while ago. So we'll just say if the player is not null, yeah, then we can do our var direction equal to the player position minus the position of the enemy, then we will normalize it. Good. Then we would also call our velocity would be equal to the direction times the enemy speed. Then we'll call our move and slide. Else, if the enemy is actually inside, that is, the enemy is null. Yeah, sorry, if the enemy is null, then we want our velocity to be equal to our vector 2. Our vector 2 dot 0. Good. Then we'll also call move and slide. Good. So I think now we've just, all we did was that we just wrapped our the previous code in an if-else statement. So if the enemy is inside the sphere, do this. If it's not, then do this. So go to 0, like stop. So let's play it now and see. Let's go here. Please work. Uh-oh. What's going on? If the player is not null, var direction equal to player position. What seems to be the problem? Okay. So let's try something. Instead of calling move and slide twice, let's try calling it outside the function. That's when you're done with the if and when you're done with the else, you can just do move and slide. So let's just say move and slide. Move and slide. And let's remove it from here. And here also. So let's separate this. I think this should work. This should be the problem. Let's see. So when we go in, yes, okay, yeah, that should work. So now let's attack and see. Okay, it's attacking, but it's not reflecting in the progress bar. What could be the problem? Var enemy health, get the value. Oh, I did not call the enemy health function. I created a function, but I did not call it. So let's go to our process function here. I just write a comment. Say calling functions, and we'll paste it here. Save it. Let's play now and see. Yes. So let's go. We attack. Good. So now the progress bar for the enemy is now working. Alright, so next now is that we want the enemy to be able to damage the player. Now this is extremely easy. All we have to do is do the exact same thing that we did for the enemy, but this time we'll do it the other way around. We'll do it for the player. So okay, sorry, and apologies for the weird cut. I had to fix my OBS. This is the first time that I've started using it. Okay, so because we have to really keep close attention here, we're going to now make the enemy to be able to damage the player. So first off, what we're going to do is that we're going to copy some code. Since we've already done it before for the enemy, all we have to do is copy the code from the enemy to the player. So let's see. In the enemy, we have this function that calls take damage and all. So we can just copy this and the die function here. Copy it to our player. Good. You don't need to change the name of anything. Okay, maybe you need to change the name of this, because here we called it player health. Okay, so we change here to player health. Let's copy this, paste it here, and paste it here. Good. Then here we have the attack damage of the player. Let's also give the enemy attack damage. So var attack damage, and let's set it to also 20. Good. Has the same name. The attack damage has the same. Oh, why is there? Oh, so we already set an attack damage before. Alright, so let's just clean anyone. Good. So now we have the attack damage. Let's save it. Next, what else do we need to copy? We also need to think that's it. Yeah, so we just need this two. Yes, we also need to be able to call this get parents. So the first time that we called it, we got the parent from the enemy. Now we get the parent from the player. But before we do that, we have to now create area 2D for the enemy. So area 2D, like if the player should enter into this area, I want you to damage the enemy. So we have two area 2Ds. We have one that lets the enemy follow the player, and we'll have another one that damages the player. So let's go to our enemy. Let's go to our enemy. Let's add another area 2D. We'll call this one damage player area. Then we'll give it a collision. And this collision shape, we'll just make it to be let's make it rectangle, yeah. And we don't need to go and turn it off and turn it on. I mean, it's an enemy, so the damage area should always be turned on. Okay, so let's put one here, and you know what, let's put another one here. So whatever side that the player is facing, if the player should jump over, there's already a damage area here and here. Exactly. So maybe, yes, okay, it might need it, but maybe in the future, when we add the animation for the enemy attack, we can decide to turn this on or turn it off, depending on what we want to do at that time. But for now, let's just make these two sides to be turned on. Then we'll go to our damage player area. Oh yeah, collision. So it should be on the enemy layer, and you should only be able to interact with the player. Good. Now let's connect our nodes. Let's say area entered, connect to the enemy. Good. So now on enemy, on damage player area entered. Then let's now go back to our enemy, our player, and copy this whole code here. Come back to our enemy and just paste it. And remove this because we don't have player attacking here. Let's save it. So now let's go to our player and create another area 2D for the damage. And we'll just add a collision shape to this. Then we don't need to set anything here. Let's just give it a shape of, let's use a cycle for once. And let's round it like this. So anywhere around here, the enemy can damage you. And let's also give it a collision. So it's on the player layer and should only be able to interact with the enemy. Good. Let's save it. Let's also put it in a group. So this would be a group of, let's call it enemy can damage. Let's copy it because it's really long, but it's needed so that we can know exactly what it does. Now let's go to our enemy, our player, and if whatever enters into your sphere is in this group, I want you to call this. So now let's save it, let's play and see. All we did was we just copied code that we'd already used for the enemy. So if we should enter into the enemy sphere, we should see like a reduction in health. Good. So you can see 80, but it's not continuous. Let's go back inside. 60. If we jump to the other side, okay, let's play it again. Let's move forward 80. We jump to the other side. 60. We jump to the other side. It's 40. Good. So it's working perfectly. So all we need to do now is that we need the damage to be continuous. So as long as the enemy is inside that sphere, he should continue to receive damage unless he escapes it. So what we're going to do is that we're going to make use of something called a timer. So basically a timer is like a stopwatch or a clock that you can say if this specified amount of time passes, I want you to do this, otherwise don't do this. That's all. And in classic Godot fashion, the name of the node is timer. That's all. So let's just rename it to damage clock. Or no, you know what? Let's just leave it as timer, so that we can then change the name in our onReady var. So at onReady var, let's just call it damage clock. It would be equal to what's my okay? It would be equal to the timer. Good. Now we have a reference to our timer. Next now would be to go to our, where is it? Okay, so we have our on area entered. If this group is here, get this and then start the timer. Damage timer dots, no, damage clock, sorry, dot start. I should start it. Oh, so we also need an area exited then. So let's go to our damage player, signals, area exited. Let's also connect that. And let's do the same thing. But we have to just copy this and put it here, because we also need something to happen when the player exits the damage area. So if area is in group this, you don't need to get anything. The player is just equal to null. So it's null and then stop. Okay, so it starts here, it stops here. Then we also need a signal on the timer. So when it times out, what do you want me to do? I want you to restart. I want you to restart and start giving the player damage again. And then when the player exits, stop. And then when the player enters, I want you to restart. So it's a kind of like a loop here. So all we have to just say is if the player is back into the sphere of damage, all you need to do is player dot player, I think it's called player damage, or what did I call it? Let me see, what did I call it? Okay, player dot, let's see, player dot, I think it's called take damage, and it takes it takes damage and it takes damage amounts. So we just paste it here, damage amounts, and I think that should be it, except if, let me see, damage amount not declared in the current scope. Oh, so that it won't be damage amount, it's attack damage then. Attack damage. Good. So now let's save it. Let's play and see. So we should be getting continuous damage. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to do one very important thing, to actually set the time. So right now the timer is 1 second. So okay, you know what? 1 second is actually okay. Let's just play it and see. And let's move forward. So 80, 60, 40, 20, done. The player is now gone. Okay, so last but not the least, we also need to set a progress bar on the player. So same thing, we just go to our player progress bar and we come to our player code. We just create a function, player health updates. Player health updates. Then we would then make a var. Let's call it player health. Oh, player bar. Let's just say since it's already called player health. Now the player it's supposed to be equal to the progress bar here. So progress bar. Now that player bar, take the value of that player bar and put it equal to the player health. Then next we'll call this function in our physics process. Save it. Now we go to our 2D and we adjust everything. We don't want this. Go to our transform. Let's make it 0.2. Expand it. Put it on top of the player. And let's go to our ordering, or was it visibility? Modulate. So we'll just make it green. Like really green. Is this the height? I want it to be green. Where is it? Let's make it green. Good. Now let's save it. Let's play and see. So we have our health, and if we go to our enemy, damages us, damages us, damages us, and damages us. Good. Okay, so I know that we've done a lot today, but unfortunately this is the only way that I'm able to do all these three. I think it would be it would not be very efficient if I made separate videos for each and every one of the progress bar for the player, progress bar for the enemy. But if I put everything in one video, then I can quickly finish up this series. Alright, thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. Okay, hello and welcome to the 15th video in the series. Thank you all so much for watching, and without further ado, let's get right into it. So I just wanted to mention that as from this video, we may have maybe 2 or 3 videos left to complete the series. So today what we're going to do is that we're going to just clean up the code and add some comments, and last but not the least, we'll probably add death animations for the player, because I don't think the enemy has a death animation, as I can see from here. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a death animation, but the player has, so that when the player dies, it plays the death animation. Alright, so first off, let's go to our player code and let's just clean it up a bit, remove any redundancy or any duplicates or any useless code, just to make it clean. You don't have to do this, but it's just my choice. I want to make my code to be more understandable and more clear. Okay, so first off, let's start from the top. Let's rearrange the variables that we have here. Let's just call this one player status. So, um, player health and player damage, or let's call it attack damage here. So let's take this attack damage and let's put it here. And let's just call it attack damage like this. Yes, attack damage. Don't worry about the error, we'll go back and fix this later. And let's call this one, let's make another variable and say player movement constants. And this would just have the constants that do not change at all: the speed, the jump power, and the gravity. So take it out and put it here. Okay, and next would be player variables, or let's call it state variables. State variables, and that would take the direction, and player attacking will be false. Alright, so then next would be to change the name of this so that it would be more clear and more readable. So we'll just call it player health updates. Good. So it's more readable than when they were all joined up together. Alright, so let's go down. Apply gravity apply gravity to the player. Let's say apply gravity if in the air. Okay, this is good. If not on floor, velocity of y plot equals to gravity times delta. Okay, then let's make here player movements. Good. Then it takes the variable player direction, takes the input, takes left and right. Good. And then let's leave this one here. It checks if the player is on the floor. Then if it's on the floor, if the input just action pressed is jump, let's space it out. If it's jump and player attacking, okay, so instead of saying false, we can just say and not player attacking. Then we can say adjusting the jump power. No, we're not adjusting anything here, we're just jumping. Then we play the jump animation. Then we should do the same thing here too. Remove the false. Let's put and player attacking, and not player attacking. We don't need to play this run here. Let's just leave it like this. So it's just straightforward. Players. In fact, let's even remove this player jumping. So it checks if the player is on the floor. It does all this. Remove this facing right. And remove this facing left. Okay, so velocity along the x-axis equals to speed times player direction. We can actually change this velocity up a bit. We can change it up a bit so that it will be more clear. Okay, so we would create another function to replace this velocity along the x-axis. So let's just make it now. Let's change this velocity along the x-axis. Let's put, I want to name it player moving, or let's just say move horizontally. Move horizontally, and it takes the player direction. Or let's just do it like this: player direction. Good. Takes the player direction. Then, since we have that, we no longer need this. Let me just mention it again. You don't need to make all these changes. I'm just making it because I want to learn, and I'm also cleaning up my code. That's all. Okay, but any other changes that we do from here on out, you can just implement it straight into your the code that you currently have. And we can just say else. Let's also remove this, since we'll put the idle animation inside a function. So else, we'll probably just call the function idle animation. Okay, so it's much more straightforward now. If the player is jumping and it's not attacking, then jump. If the player direction is moving and it's not attacking, then move. Else, if it's not jumping or it's not attacking, then play idle animation. So I just want my code to be kind of clean and short like this. Okay, then let's put an else here for our fall. To play the fall animation if the player is falling, so we no longer need this. So we can just say $sign. What was it too? No, that's my $sign. Okay, $sign animation player dot play. Now this is a new but very useful way of playing your animations. Instead of having it to be 2 or 3 lines like this, you could just say play the fall animation if the velocity along the y-axis is greater than 0, else jump. That's all. So the code that was 2 or 3 lines before, now it's just 1 line, and it does the exact same thing. And let's bring it up here. Okay, so if not on the floor, then that means you are falling. Okay, so that means we're done with that. Next now would be to do our player attack, which is the same thing that we're going to do. So we'll just remove this. If input.action, just press attack and it's on the floor, then player attacking is true, and then we do the same thing. We just call in our animation player dot play what? We want you to play the attack right animation if the current direction is greater than 0, else attack left. Attack left. Okay, so attack right if current direction greater than 0, else attack left. Okay, so next now, okay, we have our move and slide. Okay, so now let's start handling our function, the functions that we created here. So first off, we created our function and we called it move horizontally, right? Move horizontally. Close this function, and it takes the direction. I think we called it direction, right? Yeah, it takes the direction. So the our velocity along the x-axis, so which is what we had in the previous code. Our velocity along the x-axis will be equals to speed times where's my times, yeah, speed times the direction. Good. Then we'll do our current direction will be equals to sine direction. Now basically what this sign does is that it does the work of an if statement. So if the current direction is greater than 0, that means you are facing right. If it's less than 0, that means you are facing left. So what this sign does, that sign is just constantly checking the direction, if it's left or right. So the only difference is that sign, takes up like what, just one line, and the other one is an if else statement that takes like 4 or 5 lines. They do the same work, but one is cleaner than the other. And then we do the same exact thing. We do our animation player dot play. What we want you to play the right run. No, sorry about that. We want you to play the right run if the current direction is greater than 0. Else, we want you to play the left run. Good. So we've sorted one function out. Now let's sort out the idle animation function. So function, I called it idle animation. Good. And it's gone. Alright, idle animation. And this time we just say velocity along the x-axis is equals to 0. Equals to 0. Then if the player is not attacking, which is what we had before, if not player attacking, then we do the idle animation. Animation player dot play idle. I think idle right should be first. Yeah. If the current direction is greater than 0, else we play the idle left. Okay, so we're done with that. Let's give it some space. Sorry, it seems like this size is too big. Let me reduce the size. Okay. Okay, so we're good with that. Then we'll leave I think the animation is okay. Animation name. If animation, we could also change this also, yeah. So we can change it into an array that just checks a list of animations. So if anim name is in attack right and attack left, if your animation is there, then the player attacking is false. Okay, so I guess then we'll have to change this because we changed the attack damage name at the top. So now this is what it is. And take damage amount. I don't think we need to change anything here. The death function, progress bar dot value. Okay, so we don't need this if we already have our player bar. Oh yes, we actually need to change this, sorry. So we change this to player underscore health underscore updates. I think this is what we named it. Player health updates. Yeah, so we don't need to do all this long calculation. We could just make a direct connection to our progress bar and say dot value equals to the player health, and let's save it. So yeah, I think all these changes, they look very good. Player status, player movement, player. So now the code looks significantly like more less cumbersome, and it's easy to understand and digest. Okay, you could also add some comments. You could just call this one function for player damage. We could also call this one a function for player death. A function for player health updates. Okay. Add animation horizontally. Okay, so this is good. So most importantly, let's test it and see if it works. Okay, we can go left. Sorry, we can go right, we can go left. Oh, look. We already have a problem. So if we go left, it plays the animation and it stops. So I think I know where the issue is. Okay, so as you can see here, the main, let's go from the beginning. Everything seems okay, everything seems good. Let's make this jump power equal to minus instead of minus equal to. And what could be the issue? Idle, right? Idle. Oh, okay. Yeah, so animation name is capital letter I. So we save it and let's run it now and see. Go right, go left, jump, 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 F, F. Good. Okay, works good. Okay, so now that we have cleaned up the player code, let's now move to the enemy code and see what we can clean up there. Alright, so same thing to here. We just take the, add comments and let's see, references to player and let's say enemy attributes. Yep. So player now, enemy speed 100, health 100, attack damage this, and let's move this one. Let's call it node references. Node references. Okay. So this is good. Everything here is good. I don't think we need to change much. If the player follow player delta, else play the enemy fly. Okay, I think we can switch this one up a bit. Instead of playing enemy fly, we can just play the, now we'll make an idle animation for it. We'll just call it play idle animation. It's also a function that we'll go and create later. So if you're not following the player, then play the idle animation. Okay, so follow player. If player, let me see. If player is not null, animation, variable direction, velocity. Okay, I think we could also clean this one up a bit. Let's just take this out here, and instead of this is a function for the follow player, and we could just say same thing, var direction. Let me let's see, var direction equal to the player position minus the position. Now I think what I'm about to do is a bit complicated, so let's just go back to what we had before. Var direction equals to this, velocity. It's actually much more simpler like this. Okay, so everything is okay, everything is good, true, detect everything. So the only thing that we'll have to do is to make a function for our play the idle animation. Okay, so let's just go here, func play idle animation, and we'll just call it velocity equals to vector2 vector2.0. Yep. Then we'll play the idle animation, which is animated sprites dot play. Oh, I think I named it. Let me check the name. Animated sprites, right? Yeah, animated sprites dot play the enemy fly. Okay, that's all I wanted to change. So let's play it now and see. Is the enemy flying? Yep, it's flying. And if we move, you follow us. We jump. Okay, yep, it's looking good. Alright, so I believe that we're going to stop here because I really don't want the videos to be too long. But very soon, I was planning to do the code for enemy death here, but this video is already 23 minutes long. So I'll probably do that in the next video, which I would release tomorrow or the day after. Alright, so thank you all so much for joining me in this journey, and yeah, it's almost coming to an end. We just have 2 or 3 videos left. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Cheers. Okay, hello and welcome to the 16th video in this series. Thank you all so much for watching, and without further ado, let's get right into it. So as I promised in the previous video, we are going to handle the player death animation, and also something that I thought about in the previous video is that we don't have a player hit animation. So when the enemy hits the player, there should be some kind of a knockback effect where the player goes back before continuing to attack the enemy. So hopefully we'll be able to implement those 2 today. So first off, we'll come to our state variable here, and we'll create a variable called isDead. Let's do it again so that we can see me doing it. So we'll create a variable, just call it isDead, and it's always false. It's always false. So when you start the game, the player it's not always, it's not dead. Good. So next we would have to make a few changes so that if the player, on the floor, it would have to check for if the player is dead before it can do anything. Like right now, it's checking for only if the player is on the floor. So now we have to add additional checks, like if the player is on the floor and not is dead. So that's like an additional check. And then when we eventually add the knockback effect, we'll come back and say and it's not dead and is not knockout effect. But for now, we only have the is dead to work with. So if these 2 conditions are true, then you can do this. We would also come to the else and put in a check there. If not is dead, then you can play the fall animation, because there's no point falling and jumping when you're already dead. Good. Then next we would add it to the which other okay, so we'll add it to our attack animation. So now it would check for if you're on the floor, if you've pressed attack and you're not it's not dead, and not is dead. Okay, that's good. Let's see, where else should we check? That would be okay. Then next we would check the probably the animation finished. So while it's checking for these two animations before it plays um, plays the player attacking, we could also say it should check for if the player is dead. So we could just come here and add an elif anim name. Okay, since we only have one animation that I want to check for, we don't have to use a list or an array like this. So we can just say if the anim name is equal to, probably we're going to name it. I don't think we have the death animation. Let's see. Okay, so we don't have player death animation. We'll have to come back and do that, but probably we'll name it something like death. Yes. So if the anim name is that, then you just queue free. So just delete the player from the scene. Okay. Next would be, let's go to our die function that we had. Where is it? So yeah, so die. So instead of just immediately going into queue free, we want it to also check if the is dead is true. So you can just say if is dead is equals to true. Then you can queue free. Well, we don't even want it to queue free. We want it to play the death animation since we already have queue free here. So if the animation name is equal to death, then you can just queue free. So it would play the death animation to the end, like completely, then it will queue free. So we just say something like animation. No, that's animation player dot play. We'll probably call it death. Okay, this is good. Let's see what else where can we put our check again? Okay, so yeah, so I just remembered now. The most important function that we should have added it to is this take damage function. So what we're going to do is that we're going to modify it a bit to add a little bit of check. Everything inside of Godot is usually check. Check if this is true. If it's true, then do this. If it's not true, then don't do this. So it's a way, all these checks, they are very important so that you won't have animations or scenes lapping over one another. So everything would have its time, and it's time to play it properly. So we have this function here. Let's just remove this. We have the take damage function. It takes damage amount. So we can just say if is dead, then you do nothing and just return it. If is dead is true, do nothing, return it. Then we'll put back the normal. I shouldn't have even cleaned it. We'll just put back the normal code that we had. Player health will be equal to the damage amount. Okay, then we'll print the player health so that we can check if it's actually working. Print the player health. Then we'll add the remaining, another check again. If the player health is less than or equals to 0, then we just call the die function. Else we play, okay, what should we do? If the player health is less than or equals to 0, play the die function. Else, I don't have anything. Or else pass. No, let's just remove this like this. Should work like this. Yes, okay, yeah. Since we don't have anything to put there, but once we make the knockback function, I think it would make sense to put it here. So if the player health is not equal to 0, that means the player is not dead, then you can play the knockback effect. So yeah, I think this is everything for the coding aspect. Alright, so next now would be to make the animations, which is the fun part and the much easier part. So let's go to our 2D animation, new, let's call it death, since that is what we named it in the code, death. And we would go to our sprite 2D here, and let's see, death animation should be, where is it? Oh yeah, so it starts from 40. Okay, let's see, 40. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. Okay, I think this should be enough, right? Yeah, that's the end of the animation. So, okay, it's not 0.9, it's actually 1. 1.1. Good. So now let's play the death animation and see. Okay, that's good. Let's stop it. So we have our death animation. And I think that's it. That should be it, since we have already put in the code for that. So, okay, fingers crossed. Let's play it and see. Okay, so we have our player. Let's go and die and see what's going to happen. Oh, that's so perfect. Yeah. Good. So he plays the death animation, and then immediately he is deleted from the scene. Okay, so yes, I think that is for the player death animation. Then next, now we need the player hit animation, or player hit effect. So first off, we would have to go to our animation player. Let's go to our 2D animation player. Yep. Make an animation, let's just call it hit, so that we can remember. Oh, you know what, no, yeah, hit is okay. Hit is more hits. So we go, and then unfortunately we don't have like a dedicated hit, but we can take some parts of the death animation and repurpose it. So let's go to our sprites. Death animation started from 40, right? It started from 40, so 40, 41, 42. Yeah, this should be enough for death animation. For hit animation. So this should be 0.3. Let's play it and see. Yeah, this is enough for hit animation. So let's save it. And now let's go to our code and make our changes. So first off, we would need to specify the force, or should I say the amount of force that would be applied when we are knocked back. So how far should we go? So let's just create a variable, call it knock. What's wrong with my spelling today? Knock back force. Good. But let's put a capital letter so that we can see it properly. Knockback force, let's give it like 200. Yeah, 200 might be too much, but let's see what this 200 gets us. Then we would also add a check, as usual, if we are being hit or not. Let's just call it is hit, and it's always false. Okay, that's good. So next we'd also add the checks to all the parts of the code that we added check for the player death animation. So now we'll check for, where is it? Yes, so at this point here, we're going to check for 3 things now. If it's on the floor, and it's not dead, and is not hit. So, and not is dead, and not hit. I think that's what I call it. Oh, hit is hit. Sorry about that. And not is hit. Good. And where else did we add it? So we should also add it to our else if not dead here, and we'll just say and also is and not is hit. Sorry, is hit. So it's checking if you are not dead, and if you're not hit, then you are allowed to fall and jump and everything. Okay, so where else? Exactly. So if action attack and it's on fall and it's not dead and it's not hit, and is no and not and not is hit, then you're allowed to do the attack. Then let's see where else again, because we have to be really careful about this so we don't break our code. Okay, so it seems that we'll just move to our animation finished. So we have an elif name for death. I think we should also have an elif for anim name. Sorry, anim name equals to, I think we call it hits. Okay, then it means that its hit will become, let me see, if it should become false. Let's just say false here. So if the animation name that just played is death, whatever should follow it should become queue free. That means delete the player from the game. Then if the animation is called hit, that means the player was just hit, then that means it became true, and then now change it back to false. Okay, good. And what else? Okay, so I guess we then have to make our functions to handle the knockback effect, and also we want to add a function that would calmly reduce the speed, or should I say recover from the knockback. So two functions. So let's go down to the bottom here and just create another function. We'll call it initial knockback. Call the function initial knockback. So when the player is first hit, I want you to take the velocity along the x-axis, of course, except maybe in the future we're going to add knockback in the air, but that sounds very complicated. But right now, velocity along the x-axis on the floor. So if you just take the knockback force in whatever direction he's facing and times it by the direction, by the current direction, so that it would have the knockback force regardless of where the player is facing. And next now would be another function to apply the knockback force. Let's just call it apply knockback. Definitely to take delta, so that it would be it would update it every 60 seconds. Then now we would use our velocity along our x-axis to be equals to, now I learned this last week, something called lerp. So what this lerp does is that it takes the velocity the way it starts, then where you want it to get to, and then how long you want it to take to get to that velocity. So I want it to start at the velocity along the x-axis, then I want you to stop at 0.0. That means when you're knocked back, you go back a little bit and then you stop immediately. And then we can say, okay, stop at the rate of 5, or 5 is okay, 5, then of course times delta. Okay, this is good. Okay, hopefully I don't make any mistake. Delta takes the knockback force. Alright, so then next would be, let's call, let me see what else. Let's just call our functions so that we don't forget to call them. So we go to our physics process. Let's see our physics process at the top. where we have our applied gravity. So we'll just come and say if is hit is true. We can say if is hit is true, or we can just do it like this. So if is hit is true, then I want you to call which one first. Call this apply knockback. Let's just copy it. And where are you? Call apply knockback. Yeah. Okay. Then there's one more part that I always forget, which is the place that we left for the next hit attack. Yes. So if player health is less than or equal to 0, then die. If it's not, LF. If it's not, not LF, else is hit. That means is hit is true, and then that means we want to play the animation player dot play hits, and then call the initial knockback. So its hit has become true. You play the hit animation and then you activate the initial knockback, which would push the player's sprite back a little bit. Back by how much force? This force here. Okay, so hopefully there's no other parts that we need to adjust. Alright, fingers crossed. Let's play it and see. Let's see. Okay, yeah, it's working, but it's not even okay, so it's working, but it's not even letting me to hit the, come on. Oh, okay, so maybe the time interval between the hit animation and me attacking is too small. So let's go to our enemy, let's go to our timer here. Let's increase it to 4 seconds. It's too much, but let's just see if it works. 4 seconds. Let's play it and see. Go hit. Oh no. Still not enough. Let's see 3. Let's save it. Or let's reduce the knockback force. Where is it? Let's reduce it to 150. Maybe it's too much. Let's go attack. Okay, yes, so it's much better now. Oh, ding, ding. Okay, yes, so it's much better now. But yeah, so we've just put in the foundations for the hit attack. So hopefully in future videos we would clear it up and make it more fair and more usable. So yeah, thank you so much for watching this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay, hello and welcome to the, I think, 17th video in the series. Thank you all so much for watching, and let's get right into it. So this would be the second to the last video of the series. So after this video, the next video that comes out will be the last, as we are almost done with the game. So today what we're going to do is that we're going to add 2 things. One would be when the player falls down around this area, maybe falls down here or here or here, it triggers a game over and the whole game restarts. And then secondly, when the player dies from the enemy, that's after fighting this enemy, it just plays the death animation and immediately it just freezes the game and nothing happens. Like, let me show you. When you play the game and you go, you die, let's see, you die, and die. Oh, I'm stuck. And that's all. So the game is frozen up and you cannot do anything. So we're going to change that, and I think that will be all for this video. So This video is going to be relatively short, and let's get started. So first off, we want to change the death animation from a queue free to when the player dies, reload the scene. So all we have to do is just go to the player. Oh no, that would be the main scene, the script. Yep. So the script of the player. So we will look for where we used queue free. Instead of using queue free, then we will change it to, let me look for a queue free. Oh, let me increase the size. Yes. Then we'll look for where we used queue free. Okay, maybe it's too big. Okay. Yes, here. So if the animation name is death, queue free. So queue free is kind of a brute force method. So instead of doing that, we could just say gets tree dot reload the current scene, and we save it, and that is all. So once we play the game and we die from the enemy, 2, 3, 4, 5, we die. Good. So we reload the current scene, but we don't want to reload from here. We want to go back to the beginning. So let's just go to our 2D, move the player over here, and let's play now and see. So let's move and go to the enemy. We jump, let's die. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. So we restart from this area. Now we are done with one aspect of what we're going to do today. Next would be to take care of the fall damage here. So what we're going to do is that we're going to create an area 2D node, so that if the player should fall through it, the player dies and it just restarts the game over again. So let's first of all press plus, and other node, it's going to be an area 2D. Let's just call it death zone. Yes, I believe, yeah, death zone, and we'll save it. Okay, so it's a node, so where would we save it? This is for the scene, so it's a scene, so we'll save it in the scene folder. So let's just call it death with capital letter, death zone, and we save it here. Good. Now we go to the main scene and we bring the death zone here. Good. So we click on the instantiate child. It brings in this window. Then we say death zone and open. So now we have the death zone here, but we also have to give it a collision shape. So let's go to our death zone plus, and let's just look for a collision shape 2D, create that. And now we're going to use something called new world boundary shape. So we use this because we don't want to if we use a normal shape, we would have to make the shape for each and every space here. But if we use this, it accounts. Let me show you how it looks like. If we use this here, it accounts for every area at this bottom. So we don't have to actually design a shape to cover everywhere here. So we can just move this here, or you know what, here is okay. And we save it. So next would be to add a listener, something that will listen for if the player falls through. But before we do that, let's go back to our death zone and tell our death zone what it should watch out for. So the death zone would be on the world layer, and it should look for the player. Yes, and that's all. Save it. Now this death zone, let's give it a script. Wait, no, here's a script. and let's just call dead zone empty. Yeah, this is okay. So we create it, and now it's empty. Saved it, and now let's go to our node and do a body entered, and we connect it. So on body entered, let's test it first. Print dead. Save it. Let's play it now and see. So if we should fall down, it should print dead here. Okay, dead. So we know that it's working. So instead of playing dead, let's do the same thing that we did in the other scene, which is to get the tree, then reload the current scene, which is the only scene that we have. Then we save it and press play. So let's go. If we fall down here, we go back to this place. If we go fall down in the other area, we come back to this place. If we fall down the back here, we come back to this place. So yep, we have sorted out the two things that we're going to do in this video today. Thank you all so much for watching, and I hope to see you guys in the last video of the series, which I'm hopefully going to release next week. Thank you. Okay, hello and welcome to the last video in the series. I just want to say thank you all so much for joining me on this journey and watching my videos. And without further ado, let's get right into it. So at the end of the video, I'll just talk about a few things and hopefully talk about the future of the channel and what I hope to continue to upload into the channel. Alright, so in this video, we're just going to do three things. First off, when we play the game, let me play right now, we see that the player's health is directly on top of its head. So all I want to do is that I want to move it to the top left here, just the way it looks like in most RPG or in most video games. Then I would also add a system whereby the enemies, or this last enemy here, the health will not appear unless or until the player enters into the view. So it's like it would be like a boss fight. So when the player enters here, then the enemy's health will show, and then you can fight the enemy. And then last but not the least, when you fight the enemy and you feel like okay, you don't have enough health to continue, you can just quickly jump back to this place and it will fill your health back to 100. Then you can try again. Alright, so first off, what we're going to do, we are going to add a progress bar to the main scene here. So click on the main scene plus and then type progress bar. Or before we even create the progress bar, we are going to create something called scout. Let me see if I can find it. It's called a canvas layer. Yes, here it is, canvas layer. And inside this canvas layer, we are going to add our progress bar. Good. So you can see it here at the top left. Let's just stretch it out. And let's move it here, so it should be here. Then we can click on our canvas layer, our progress bar, go to layout, transform, and we want it to be, it's already here, so at the top left. Then we can design the progress bar the way we designed it in the previous one. All we did was we went to the theme, I suppose, or was it, let me see. Oh yeah, visibility. So that would be visibility, modulate, and let's just make it to be red here. Good. Alright, so it's red color here, and we can just turn off this show percentage. So when we play the game, let's see. Okay, so yes, we have the health bar showing at the top left here, though it's too big. Let's reduce the size like this. Okay, good. Now we have to connect our personal progress bar to the progress bar that is here. So all we have to do is go to our player script, sorry, and go to where we said our progress bar is equal to the player health. So all we have to do is we have to drag our let's go to our main scene, drag this progress bar here, hold control, then leave the mouse. So now this progress bar, let's just name it main progress bar equals to this. So we just copy this and then change it. Instead of progress bar, we just put this. So main progress bar value is equal to the player health, and that is it. So we can just delete the progress bar that is on the player, and we can save it. Now let's play it and see. Good. So you can see wherever we go, our progress bar follows us. Oh, yeah, this red color is not too visible. Let's change the color. It's our main scene. Let's change the color to something really bright. Let's say green. Yeah, something. Let's just use this color and see. And let's save it. Now let's play it and see. Okay, yeah, so we can see it properly now. So let's test it and see if the damage would show. If we go there, yes, 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 yes. Good. So now it works properly. Next, now we focus on the enemy. Okay, so we're going to take things a bit slow. First off, let's set a timer so that when the player enters into first of all, the enemy's health bar will be not visible. So when the player enters into this sphere, then the health bar becomes visible. So let's start with that first. Let's go to our enemy script. Let's go to the top. Then we're going to add a second timer. This first timer was for what was it for? I think the first timer was for, okay, yeah, it was for the enemy damaging the player. So we add another timer, and this time we'll call this timer, let's just say enemy, what do we call it? Oh no, sorry about that. Enemy or health bar timer, let's just say health bar timer. Good. Then we'll create a reference to that timer here. So at onReady var health bar timer. Oh, you know what? Yeah, health bar timer is equal to $sign health bar timer. Yeah. Okay. Then next now would be, let's see, we don't even have a reference to the actual enemy health here. So let's do that. Let's do another onReady var. We would say what should we call it? Enemy health bar equal to $sign. No, that's for $sign. What's it called? Enemy health bar. Good. So now we have the reference to the timer and the reference to the enemy health bar. Let's save it. Okay, and what else? So next now would be, we would say when the player is not inside the okay, no, let's say when the game starts, we even have to put in a ready function here. So this ready function is used to put things that you want when you play the game. These are the things that should start first before anything. So let's just say when the game starts, the enemy health bar, which we have already named, where is it? Okay, I don't know why it's not showing the actual name that I used for it. Enemy, yeah, enemy health bar dot visible will be equals to false. Good. Okay, so when the game starts, the health bar should be not visible. So let's play it and check first. Let's go there and see. Okay, so as you can see, the health bar is not visible when you start the game. Alright, so we've completed one part. Next now would be for the health bar to be visible when the player enters into the enemy's area. Okay, so we would go down to where, okay, yes, exactly. So on body entered and on body exited. So on body entered, we can just say when it enters, and it's sure that the player enters, so we just have to say enemy health bar dot visible equals to true. That's all. That is all. So let's play it again. If we enter, it should show the health bar. Let's just test it before we go too far. Come on. Yes, that's all. Alright, so now next would be to set the timer, because now we've entered. So now we want maybe after like 5 seconds, the health should disappear, and it should also get back to 100%. So it'll be sort of like a punishment for running away from the enemy or something like that. Alright, so let's go to our timer and start it. So where is it? So we could say on when you exit the body, the health, what did I name this timer? Health bar timer. Okay, let's just copy it. When you exit the body, the health bar timer should start. Good. Okay. Then next we need a timeout. So what should happen when we don't even have let's go to our health bar timer and let's put a timeout connected to the enemy. So what should happen when the time of how many seconds is it? Let's make it 5 seconds and 1 shot, that's all. So it should only happen, it shouldn't be continuous. It should only happen when I go in and go out, So on health bar, so when it's timed out after 5 seconds, I want you to set the enemy health back to false, and then put the health. Was it health? I don't think so. What was the enemy's? Oh, it's health. Okay, yeah, I did not name these variables properly, so alright, maybe next time. So our health will be equals to 100, and then we save it. So now let's play the game. Let's go, let's jump. Now let's fight the enemy. So that's damaged. Oh, sorry, let's try again. Let's go, let's damage the enemy. 1. Now I'm away, so the health should disappear and it should go back to 100%. Yes. Oh, okay. All right, so we've confirmed that that is working. And then, last but not least, we need to add a way for the when the player goes back to the house that we designed, his health should gradually fill back to 100%. Okay, so first off, let's go to our main scene and we'll add an area 2D around this house here. So let's just go to our town map, sorry, our main scene, area 2D. Let's give our area 2D a collision shape. Collision shape, this time let's use square. We've been using cycle for quite a while. So let's just use a square, let's just put it here. Okay, so once you are inside here, your health will gradually increase to 100%. So let's make it that this should be on the world layer and you should only be able to see the player. Then let's also connect our I think let's use area 2D entered instead of body. So area shape, no, not shape, sorry, on area entered connected to the player. Where is it? Okay, that's weird. That's weird. Alright, let's go back to the player. Maybe we should, let's rename this to health zone. Yeah, because the name is the same as another area 2D, so it's overlapping. Let's just name it health zone and let's disconnect this and connect it to our player. Okay, yeah, so on health zone entered, and we also need one more for on health zone exited. Good. This is so weird. So where's the health zone entered? Oh my god, I made a mistake, sorry about that. So let's go back to our node, let's remove this enemy. This is connected to the player, this should be connected to the player also. Good. So health zone entered, health zone exited. Good. So as usual, we would need a way to check if the player is if you can activate the health increase or not. So we need like a boolean value. You can just call it health increase, and as usual it's always false at first. Yeah, so after that it will only be true if when the when something enters the body and it's the player. So we can go here and just say area entered if the body body dot name is equal to player, then let's just say print entered. Let's just say, let's try this one and see first before we go too far. Oh, this is not allowed. Let's say like this. Sorry about that. Let's see, what did I use for the enemy? Oh, on area 2D body entered. It should be taking a body, so why is mine? Why does it do this? Alright, let's just save it and say we'll use a different method. Let's put this player in a group. We'll call it the player group and we'll add it there. Then now instead of saying if body name, we can just say if if body dot is in group player, this should work. It's still not working, so it seems like we have to go back to using our on area 2D body entered instead of using the normal area shape. I thought we could use something different, but it seems we have to go back to the previous one. Okay, so first of all, let's just clean all this, and we shouldn't forget to disconnect it. Where is it? This is the health, so we go to our node signals, and let's just disconnect them and disconnect them. So let's use body entered, since I thought we could use something different, but we'll use body entered. Connect it to our player, and we'll use body exited, connect it to our player. Good. So now if we say if body dot name is equal to player, then print yes. Sorry, yeah. So now we save it. Let's play it first and see. So if we enter inside here, it should print yes if it recognizes us. Okay, yes, yes, yes. Good. So now that we know that it's working and we know it's able to see us. So if body.name is equal to the player, then we want you to make health increase to be equal to true. Then same thing in the false. If you exit the body, if body, should have just copied it actually to save time, and paste it here and just say take it back to false, then we'll save it. Okay, so we've sorted that out. Next now would be to go to our process function and write out the logic for it. So we have to write it in our process function because it's something that is continuous. So we want it to run every frame of the game till the health gets to 100. So we can just say our function. Alright, so our function, let's call it a process function. So we want it to run every in this instance we want it to run every 60 frames, every 60 seconds. So it's the same thing, so every 60 seconds. Then we go down and say if the health increase is true and the player health is less than 100. Okay, I think those are the two checks that we want. Then we want you to increase the player health by 10 every second. Okay, you know what, let's do times delta just to be sure. Times delta. I don't know if we need to specify, but you know what, floats. No, you know what, yeah, floats. Let's just add it floats. Yeah, so delta, and then when the player health is greater than or equals to 100, is greater than or equals to 100%, then the player health becomes equal to 100. Equals to 100. Then for just to be sure, let's just say print let's just say print new Let's run it and see. Sorry, I'm having a bit of a cold, so my voice is very drowsy. All right, so let's test it and see. Let's go to our player, sorry, our enemy. Let's get damaged. 1, 2. Now let's run back and heal. Oh my god, that was so close. Okay. Oh, this is beautiful. I did not expect it to work at first. Okay, so it's printing the health as it's increasing by 10. So everything from 80, 81, 82, 83 up till 100%. And yeah, so this is it. The game is complete. So all we have to do is putting enemies at all these areas here. Let's see if we go to our main scene. We duplicate our enemies. Let's just say Control D. We drag one here. We make this one's let's do another Control D. Drag another one here, and let's play it and see if I can beat my own game. So we jump up. Oh my god! Okay, this is actually going to be a lot harder than I thought. You know what? No. Okay, let's see if I can. Can I attack in the air? Okay, I can attack in the air, but I can attract the bee to come here. Come, yes, sir. Yes. Then I can increase my health. And go for the other one. Oh my. All right. So clearly, I still need some tweaks here and there, but as you can see, the game it's a full-fledged game. So I can do everything that I said I was going to do at the beginning. We have our enemies. We can heal. We can attack. We can die, and all the animations are in place. So yeah, thank you so much for following me through this journey. All the long videos, and I think we have like 18 videos now, and I thought I'll be done in 10 videos, but I realized along the way that I did not want the videos to be too long. So yeah, thank you all so much for watching, and hopefully in the future I'm planning to make a more, maybe one more tutorial style video, and then from there on I'll focus on more vlog type videos where I make actual video games that I'll hopefully upload to platforms like Steam, Epic Games, and so on. But I think the next video that I work on would be a mobile game, game that you can play on your mobile phone. And yeah, so that's pretty much it. So yeah, that one would be more detailed. So I would probably make my own sprites. So I would make an effort to learn softwares like Photoshop and Sprite, so I can make my own backgrounds and at least make sure that most of the things on the screen are my own properties and my own assets. So yeah, thank you all so much for watching my videos. I've learned a lot in making videos and art design and sound design and all that, and I'm going to take all what I've learned throughout this month and this 2 months, and my next videos will be much more clean and much more professional. Other than that, thank you all so much for watching, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. Thank you so much. Bye.